Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
This morning on Fox 45 Early Edition, we are tracking your Thanksgiving Day forecast and traffic all morning long. On the left there is a live look at our Weather Authority HD radar. And good news, we have no weather makers on the way. Then on the top right, a live look over the Bay Bridge as traffic is looking light right now for any last-minute travel plans. And then below, that is a live look at the Inner Harbor there, where all is calm to start your turkey day. And we thank you so much for being here with us on this Thursday, November 23rd. I'm Shannon Lilly. Happy Thanksgiving to you. We have a pumpkin pie over in our kitchen set. We've got food on the way. We need to get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with a look at the forecast because it's looking good as well, right, Wyatt?
Yeah, I mean, how lucky did we get, right? With Wednesday, you know, biggest travel day of the year. Not too bad.
Not too bad.
Not too bad at all.
Yeah.
Tuesday was different, but Wednesday we had good luck. And today, I think nice and clear as everyone makes their way to Grandma's house or wherever you're headed for the big turkey festivities today. Clear conditions right now. It is a crisp, cool start. We're in the mid to upper 40s out there this morning, but, you know, by historical standards, not a particularly cold Thanksgiving. Light northwest winds coming in, so it'll be a little breezy out and about today. But all the active weather is now offshore. So we're sitting pretty here across Maryland, across the mid-Atlantic. Slow climb out of the 40s into the 50s today. Lots of sunshine as we gobble and wobble out there. We'll talk more about the outlook into the extended forecast. Some changes there coming up.
All right, thanks, Wyatt. Well, we are just about 7 weeks out from next year's legislative session, and right now lawmakers remain split on how to address juvenile violence statewide.
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted.
This divide is coming as Fox 45 News continues to hear from parents, police, and prosecutors frustrated with a lack of accountability for young people. A Montgomery County lawmaker is calling for patience as others say the state cannot wait. Senator Will Smith, chair of the powerful Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee, says change takes time.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted. I, for one, am not interested in rolling back the reforms that we put in place last year.
In response to Senator Smith's latest comments, Rich Gibson, state's attorney in Howard County and president of the Maryland State's Attorney Association, says Senator Smith has, quote, indicated he is willing to work with the prosecutors to draft tweaks to the existing law. For some leaders, comments from the leader of the Department of Juvenile Services claiming juvenile crime and incarceration is down is creating more frustration than solutions.
My real concern is that there continues to be, at least to a small degree, some downplaying of the nature of the problem.
The statements of the secretary about the falling numbers in terms of juvenile crime that's not what we've seen here in Montgomery County.
Now, with conversations continuing on how to tackle the juvenile crime crisis in Maryland, Democratic leadership claim major changes to current laws are not likely. Governor Wes Moore says he will roll out a juvenile crime plan, but so far the public has not seen it. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott has been a vocal critic of the Department of Juvenile Services for months, saying it's a broken system that needs to be rebuilt.
We have to build a juvenile justice system that works from the ground up. Every single portion of it has to be looked at. I've been talking about that for years now, as you know.
Now, the mayor's comments come as DJS faces questions surrounding multiple violent incidents in Baltimore. Two of the suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting were wearing ankle monitors and under DJS supervision at the time of that shooting. DJS says they have 14 staff members monitoring more than 100 young people on ankle monitors. Earlier this month in Butchers Hill, a 12 and 14-year-old were caught here on camera allegedly beating a woman and trying to steal her car. They were released after only 2 hours, prompting a letter from Councilman Zeke Cohen and other lawmakers to Baltimore police and DJS.
It is not acceptable for the victim. It is not acceptable for the general public. And it's also not acceptable for those young people they need to be held accountable. Our ask for Secretary Schiraldi and Commissioner Worley is work together in collaboration, no finger pointing. The police department, the Department of Juvenile Services need to be on the same page.
And that brings us to our question of the day. If lawmakers don't address juvenile crime, will you support them next November? So far, 98% of people who voted say no. To make your voice heard, head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. State Republicans pushed to change 2 juvenile crime laws, but were not successful. Lawmakers did not pass the Violent Firearms Offender Act, which Republicans plan to reintroduce next session. The state legislature passed Senate Bill 1, which limits where legal gun owners can bring their weapons. Now, critics argued the state was regulating legal gun owners instead of people illegally possessing guns. Now, some state lawmakers are commending a ruling from the Maryland Court of Appeals calling the state's handgun license law unconstitutional.
It was ridiculous when they passed it. It did absolutely nothing to deal with crime in our state. And the only thing it accomplished was it created this massive hurdle for otherwise law-abiding citizens to own a firearm.
Well, Senate President Bill Ferguson, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott, and other Democrats oppose the decision. They argue it will lead to more gun violence and firearm-related deaths. Up next, the latest on the war in Israel, a temporary ceasefire, and an update on hostage recovery efforts. That's coming up after the break. And a live look now from the Baltimore Harbor and Towson. We are taking a look at your Thanksgiving forecast, and that's coming up after the break as well. All right, let's take a look at the Lens Solar traffic network before we head to break. And you can see there are barely any cars out on the road, so everything's looking clear. It's 4:37. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local all morning. Making headlines this morning, today Israel and Hamas are expected to halt fighting and release dozens of hostages. This deal was expected to get underway yesterday, but as one Israeli official tells CNN, it was delayed partially due to Israel not receiving a list of those expected to be set free. U.S. officials say they have a working list of 10 hostages who may possibly be released once matters are resolved, but they also have a wait-and-see stance on the situation. Elsewhere, making headlines this morning, officials say the incident near the Rainbow Bridge at Niagara Falls was not an act of terror. A car traveling at a high speed went airborne before crashing into a security booth, going up in flames there. 2 people local to the area inside that car were killed. Circumstances surrounding the incident remain under investigation. The Rainbow Bridge remains closed. Coming up, everything you need to know before setting out this morning, your Thanksgiving travel tips after the break. Also coming up, hearing loss during the holidays, how to look out for worrying signs and protect yourself. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Angela Brown this morning on the National Desk. Cyber threat exposure while shopping online this holiday season. The warning signs are being scammed this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Right now it is 4:41, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Well, as you gather with family and friends during this holiday season, audiologists suggest asking, do you hear what I hear? Medical reporter Liz Bonis shares why this is true for people living with diabetes.
Hey there, hello to you. There's nothing like those holiday get-togethers to make you realize who's not participating in the conversation because they don't hear well. But this new research shows if you have diabetes, hearing loss can be a big risk. Audiologists and endocrine specialists suggest that you start hearing tests earlier if you have diabetes and get hearing assistance if you notice you don't hear well. We talked to Dr. Matthew Kist, audiologist and owner of Ohio's Loon Hearing Care, and Dr. Stephanie Grace, an audiologist and territory manager at Phonak. And we asked them to explain why.
As soon as we see those markers or any symptoms, a hearing test, a hearing evaluation by an audiologist should be part of that test battery. Absolutely.
That neuroplasticity, we definitely want to keep that channel open from the ear to the brain. Taking away the ability to hear when you have hearing loss, your brain is not being stimulated. So some sort of amplification or hearing aid is often recommended in those conditions, and that will keep that pathway open and stimulated.
So to sum this up, high or low blood sugars can cause nerve damage and hearing loss. And hearing loss is twice as common in people who have diabetes or prediabetes compared to the rest of the population. Actually, if you have prediabetes, which means your blood sugars are starting to get high, you have a 30% higher rate of hearing loss. So here's what you need to know. If you have diabetes, just ask your doctor to refer you to an audiologist for a hearing test. Early diagnosis can also help reduce Alzheimer's risk, a condition prevalent in those with type 1 and type 2 diabetes. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Back to you.
Well, if you're making turkey at home for your Thanksgiving meal, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has some tips on how you can cook the bird properly. First, avoid rinsing or washing a turkey before cooking it. The CDC says washing raw turkey can spread germs to other food. And if you're thinking about leaving the turkey out to thaw on the kitchen counter, you may want to throw it in the fridge in a container instead, because at certain temperatures, bacteria can grow, making it unsafe to eat. When cooking your turkey, make sure the stuffing center reaches 165 degrees Fahrenheit before digging in. Happening today, Baltimore's Classic 5 will host its annual turkey shoot outings this morning. It will begin at 8:30 a.m. at Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, and Clifton Park golf courses. The Carroll Park Golf Course will be open until noon today for regular play. You must prepay to reserve a space. The turkey shoots will be held rain or shine. This event gives an opportunity to all golfers out there to get a round in before celebrating Thanksgiving with friends and family today. And you can still be a part of the Why Turkey Trot Charity 5K. The races are starting at 8:30 this morning at various locations in Central Maryland. If you are registering today, plan to arrive at least 1 hour before the 5K begins. And yes, you can dress up for the event. That makes it even more fun. Well, no matter on the road or in the sky, AAA expects this to be the busiest holiday travel season in years. More than 55 million Americans are expected to travel 50 miles or more from home over the Thanksgiving holiday travel period. Now, taking you live to I-95 right here in Maryland, where holiday travelers took to the roads earlier this week. Now, right now, though, you can see things are looking calm. Barely anyone out there on the roads right now. And that is a very different sight than the thousands of cars we saw out there yesterday. Now take a look at the screen from BWI Airport yesterday morning as thousands of people hopped on flights. If you are traveling this morning in or out of BWI, FlightAware is tracking no delays and no cancellations. Nationwide, we are tracking 173 flights delayed and 21 flights canceled. But you know, things weren't too bad, honestly. Let's bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. I feel like from what we saw at the airport yesterday,
Sure.
It could have been worse here at BWI.
Everyone was like anticipating, oh, this
Yeah.
is, you know, and it's like things just flowed, you know.
Right. I mean, I wasn't there, and we saw some other airports get pretty crazy, but BWI seemed pretty smooth.
I think a lot
at
of
least
it
in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, just volume of traffic, right? It wasn't really weather related where you see delays. And I do think Sunday could be a little more interesting. Everybody heading back, but probably probably still not too bad. I think we're going to get away with one this particular Thanksgiving travel weekend. 46 right now, BWI. It is a crisp, cool start on a northerly breeze out there, so certainly running cool, but you know, a comfortable day by Thanksgiving standards in Maryland. No question about that. Baltimore area getting into the mid-50s late this afternoon. Lots of sunshine, so those outdoor activities, you know, turkey trots, you know, the classic annual backyard football football brawl extravaganza, you know, to work up the appetite for the turkey later in the day. We got some fine weather for that. I mean, really just a good-looking Thanksgiving day of weather around here, no question about that. It is a little bit of a cool northwest wind for early morning drivers out there, you know, having that extra layer. Overall, though, we've got good conditions and really just a few clouds at times today. I think the sunglasses is needed as you make that last second run to the grocery store, perhaps, to get those odds and ends. Things are looking good for you. Clear and dry from Ocean City to Deep Creek Lake, wherever your travels take you, north to Philly, south to Richmond. Just a very quiet weather day, Thanksgiving-wise here for us. And I think Black Friday, for all the shopping, we're looking good too. Really not much of a change, a little more cloud cover, I think, on Friday, and that's really about the only change you're going to notice. The temperature is running chilly this morning, but again, rebounding pretty nicely this afternoon. 54 for Baltimore later today, even Western Maryland getting into the 50s. Pittsburgh 48 and 55 down in Richmond today. I think as we go into the night, we're back down close to a frost condition. So I know for Black Friday, a lot of people trying to head out early to get those kind of first deals at the mall and that kind of thing. Definitely a chilly start on your Black Friday. But overall, again, it's another quiet day weather-wise for us here, so tough to complain. It's a dry, cool pattern across the central East Coast for now and for tomorrow. There is some colder air back across the upper plains that will dive south, and it will come in here on Saturday. So it is a colder Saturday and even a chillier Sunday for us. And really the next chance for rain, we're talking about travelers Sunday night, Sunday late day into early Monday morning. That's where we could see a little bit of wet weather around here. Otherwise, it's looking dry.
Coming up, Cyber Monday scams, what to look out for and how to protect yourself. That's after the break. But first, we are taking you live to the Inner Harbor and the Bay Bridge, where things are looking clear out there, and a pretty shot from the Inner Harbor. It is 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, taking you live to New York City, where additional security is being added for the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade because of rising tensions in the Middle East. Thousands of families will travel to New York for the 97th annual event featuring giant balloons, floats, and all-star performers. Mayor Eric Adams says the NYPD is closely monitoring safety in the city.
We've already had enhanced security because of the holiday, and we don't see any nexus between the incident there and here in New York City.
Now, city and state law enforcement officials stressed that in recent days there have been no credible threats to the parade or holiday travel. Turning now to your consumer news, many of us have made several trips to the grocery store and gas station in recent days, and there's evidence Americans are still down on the economy even as inflation dips. National correspondent Christine Frizzau has the outlook.
It's the type of inflation you're not supposed to notice.
And I was like, wait, no, something feels weird because they felt like different weights.
A now viral TikTok video lays it all out.
The new cake mix is 14.25 ounces or 403 grams, and the original recipe was 16.25 ounces or 460 grams.
The website mouseprint.org catalogs it all, from brushing our teeth to washing our clothes. Even our dogs are being hit with what's known as shrinkflation. Less product for the same price.
This unopened cheese stick looks like it was cut in half. Packages of gum have started adding a thumb grip in order to not give you an extra piece.
It's a trend playing out as top officials work to give the U.S. economy that soft landing that was predicted, with White House economists celebrating nearing an inflation rate economists consider normal. Consumer prices in October falling to 3.2% year over year. Still, the latest NBC News poll showing just 38% of voters approve of the way President Biden is handling the economy. 59% disapprove.
I acknowledge there's a disconnect between the numbers and how people feel about their place in the world right now.
But critics argue the disconnect is based on two factors. The inflation rate is understated, and the cumulative impact of rising prices is hurting Americans' bottom lines.
Overall prices, if you look back over the whole Biden administration, are much higher than when he took office, more than 20% higher overall. And there's no reason to think that the necessary war against inflation has been won.
That war will no doubt be a top priority for President Biden, who has seen a dip in his poll numbers, not just in his handling of the economy, but in a head-to-head matchup against the man he beat in 2020, former President Donald Trump. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Well, good news if you're traveling to see family today. Gas prices have steadily been dropping over the past month. The national average is at $3.28 a gallon, which is down 27 cents from a month ago. Maryland's average gas price also currently sits at $3.28. The Monday following Black Friday, known as Cyber Monday, has become one of the top shopping days of the year. But online shopping comes with its risks. Scams that steal your money, personal information, or even download viruses onto your computer have never been more prevalent. Fox 45 News spoke with the Better Business Bureau about what you need to know to protect yourself.
Make sure that you type the URL correctly, because a lot of scammers will impersonate a website by using Target with 2 T's or Best Buy with 2 B's.
Okay.
So check your URL.
Another one I thought was really good that I wouldn't have necessarily thought about because it's just usually that way, but you say keep your antivirus software up to date. Now's a really good time for that.
Perfect time. It's a way to notify you if you land on a website that's not secure. That kind of software can help notify you if you're on a bad website.
Now, even if you're not shopping, make sure you're on high alert. Many scammers will reach out to you with emails or calls claiming to deliver a gift in exchange for personal information. Now, it's always best to hang up and contact companies directly before giving out any information. Some parents, attorneys, and law enforcement say current juvenile justice laws are not working. Coming up in our next half hour, how they are pleading for change, while other lawmakers say they want to give the current laws more time.
It's Thanksgiving, which means it's almost time for the annual Be Gaddy Thanksgiving dinner. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Cherry Hill, where preparations will begin soon.
I'm Wyatt Everhart. Clear conditions up and down the East Coast. Good travel on this Thanksgiving Day, but will it hold up for the rest of the holiday weekend? We'll have the answer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
This morning on Fox 45 Early Edition, we are tracking your Thanksgiving Day forecast and traffic all morning long. Look here on the left of your screen, a live look at our Weather Authority HD radar. And good news here, we've got no weather makers on the way.
That is good news, yes. And then on the top right, a live look over the Bay Bridge, as traffic is very light right now. That's if you're getting out for any last minute travel plans, you should be good to go. And then below, that is a live look at the Inner Harbor, where all is calm to start your Turkey Day.
Good morning to you. It is Thursday, November 23rd, Thanksgiving holiday. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Shannon Lilly, and it sounds like we have some incredible weather for our Thanksgiving, just to top it all off.
Absolutely. Let's jump right in with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart, tracking our Thanksgiving birthday turkey forecast.
Taylor, happy Thanksgiving, right? And look, we've got a clear day. No weather's good weather when we talk about holiday travel, right? And we had it yesterday, and we've got it today again. Low mid 40s right now. Relatively quiet conditions. A little bit of a north breeze out there, but overall tough to complain. The temperatures are cool in the low 40s, but above freezing. And as we go through the day, we're going to recover into the 50s around here. So great news, great weather for getting out and about, and wherever your travels take you through the course of Thanksgiving Day. Again, just clear and dry on the roads and looking good for that backyard football game. Mid 50s by late this afternoon. Sunglasses probably a good idea. We'll talk more about how things trend into your Black Friday shopping and into Travel Sunday. It's all coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Breaking overnight, Maryland State Police are investigating a Baltimore County fatal 4-vehicle crash. It happened yesterday afternoon along 795 just before Westminster Pike. The incident began on the southbound side when a Ford F-150 truck rear-ended a Ford F-350. Both trucks then rolled into the grass median and continued onto the northbound lanes. That's when the F-350 truck crashed head-on into a Toyota RAV4. That driver was pronounced dead on the scene. The fourth vehicle involved was a Toyota Corolla. It crashed into debris from the other crash. The original cause of the crash remains under investigation.
Okay, turning now to your holiday travel. No matter on the road or in the skies, AAA expects this will be the busiest holiday travel season it's seen in years.
Yeah, so more than 55 million Americans are expected to travel 50 miles or more from home over the Thanksgiving holiday travel period. Now taking you live to I-95 right here in Maryland, where holiday travelers were out on the roads earlier this week. Right now, though, things are looking very calm. So it's a very different sight than the thousands of cars that took the road yesterday.
All right, now taking a look from BWI Airport. This was yesterday morning as thousands of people hopped on those flights. Now, even if you're traveling this morning or in and out of BWI, FlightAware is tracking 2 delays and no cancellations. Nationwide, we're tracking 176 flights delayed and 21 flights canceled.
Well, today, Be Gaddy is hosting its 42nd annual Thanksgiving dinner. For years, it has been held at the Patterson Park Recreation Center, but this year, the annual event is at a new location.
And that's where Olivia Dance joins us live now with more on the preparations that are underway. Good morning, Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, Shannon and Taylor, and happy Thanksgiving. That's exactly right. This year, the annual Thanksgiving dinner is actually happening here at the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center, which is in Cherry Hill. The Patterson Park Rec Center had some HVAC issues, but the city stepped up and helped them find a new location for this amazing event. Now, they will start serving the meal at 11 this morning, but right now it's all quiet out here. That, of course, will soon change because this takes a lot of preparation and volunteers, and they also do have a truck sitting outside the Fitness and Wellness Center here filled with food. On top of serving a traditional Thanksgiving dinner to those in need, Be Gaddy volunteers also deliver meals to several senior centers and homes. They'll start delivering those meals earlier than usual at around 8 this morning to get a head start because of the location change. You can also go to the B. Gaddy Family Center on North Chester Street to pick up a meal. But this event helps so many people in our community. In fact, last year they served 40 to 50,000 meals, and they're preparing for the same this year. We also spoke with Cynthia Brooks, who's the executive director of B. Gaddy. Her mother founded the center many years ago.
It's my personal passion that keeps my mother here with me, keeps me grounded, along with my other siblings. And it's a struggle to have turkey and all the fixing that you would normally have. And you have so many people that are facing homelessness right now with evictions going across the city, and is the status of everything that's going on in the city right now. It's just a big need to help.
Besides food, they're also giving away coats and clothes, and of course, donations are always welcome. And Cynthia, who you just heard from, is concerned that the location change here will make it harder for people to come here to Cherry Hill to get a meal. But the city is also providing transportation for those who need it, and you can find all the information about times and where those pickups are on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Cherry Hill, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Well, we want to see how you are celebrating Thanksgiving today. Just send us your favorite Turkey Day photos and videos through Chime In at foxbaltimore.com or on the WBFF app.
And if you're getting ready to prepare your Thanksgiving turkey, we have some recalls that you need to be aware of already.
Yeah, first, a ground beef recall across 8 states over concerns the meat could be contaminated with a foreign object. The 20-pound carton of ground beef by the company Skyline Provisions was produced and packaged on August 19th.
Next, glass jars of Hy-Vee turkey gravy are being recalled because they may not actually contain beef gravy and a soy allergen that is not declared on that label. For both of these items, you can return it to the store and get a full refund or just throw it out altogether.
Coming up, a new candidate joining the race for mayor, her priorities and what she hopes to achieve in Baltimore. That's after the break.
And I'm Wyatt Everhart. A clear sky up and down the East Coast and certainly over Maryland this Thanksgiving Day. Good weather. Does it hold up throughout the rest of the holiday weekend? We look at that after this break. Weather-wise, a chilly start out there in the 40s, but clear weather. That's what we like for this Thanksgiving time. And, you know, a little bit of a breeze, but it's just not going to be a big deal for you today. 40s, but eventually into the 50s, and you've got a nice clear morning drive. If you're headed out early to Grandma's house or wherever your travels take you today, you're looking good. We'll talk more about the trend for the rest of the holiday weekend in just a few more minutes.
Baltimore teacher Wendy Bozell is entering Baltimore's mayoral race. Yesterday, she laid out her priorities in front of City Hall.
We have great people in Baltimore. I love this city, and I really want to bring us all together so that we can solve the problems of crime. We have vacant homes, we have food insecurity, and the biggest thing is youth violence, and we need to really get that under control.
Now, Bozell is also the president of the Upper Fells Point Improvement Association. She's running as a member of the Maryland Forward Party, which identifies as a new party committed to finding common ground and solving big challenges across the state.
Now, Bozell is one of several candidates running for mayor here, but early polling indicates the race will likely come down to Mayor Scott and former Mayor Sheila Dixon. The latest Goucher poll shows 39% of voters would support Dixon in a hypothetical primary, while 27% back Scott. 23% say they'd prefer some other candidate, and 8% are currently undecided.
Elsewhere, a federal appeals court has ruled private citizens can no longer challenge possible voting discrimination in court, known as Section 2 lawsuits. The vast majority of Section 2 cases in the past have been filed by private citizens revolving around the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Now, a federal judge says only the U.S. Justice Department can bring those lawsuits. The decision could ultimately end up in front of the Supreme Court.
The Maryland Supreme Court has declined for now to take up Maryland's Hemp Coalition's lawsuit. It's against the state over hemp regulations. The group argues the pot licensing plan created a monopoly and snuffed out hemp retailers. Back in October, after hearing testimony, a judge granted a temporary stop to the enforcement of the current cannabis laws in Maryland, allowing hemp retailers to open their doors and start selling products again.
Well, to nap or not to nap? That is the question. After the break, a medical expert weighs in on what to do after you finish your big Thanksgiving feast this evening. It's 5:12. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
One of the first things we think of after gobbling down on some turkey is settling in for a good nap. But a new study shows that might not be the best option. Joining us this morning, primary care physician with Mercy Family Care Physicians, Dr. Mark Kai. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy holiday.
Same to you. All right. So this group is saying everybody wants to go take a nap. I mean, you are full, you're stuffed, you've eaten more than you can possibly fit in your belly. You just want to lay back and relax and, you know, inevitably fall asleep. But why is that not necessarily the best thing to do?
Sure. I mean, I feel that way after a big meal myself, but the reason that we say maybe do something other than naps, such as go for a walk, there's quite a few reasons. Most importantly, it's good for your health. There's a lot of research that's coming out more and more every year that shows sitting, laying, being sedentary is not great for your health, but walking even a few minutes has a lot of benefits.
So am I supposed to eat and then immediately get up and go for a walk, or do I eat and then give it an hour? Is it like at the pool? You don't go in the pool for 30 minutes? I mean, how does it, when do I do it?
Sure. I think, walking within about 15 minutes or so of finishing, obviously enjoy the time with your company, your family, your friends, or whoever happens to be there. But then, shortly afterward, get up, go for a walk.
And how long does this walk have to be, Doc?
We see a lot of benefits even just with a 5-minute walk. Okay. Ideally, you can do, 15 minutes or more, but really kind of just depends on what you can do. Even a few minutes is better than none.
And this is just a leisurely walk. This is, you can get your grandma and your grandpa, and you can get, the younger kids, and just say, hey, let's all just, walk around the block and come on back in. You don't have to, we're not trying to get our heart rate up to anything specific.
Exactly. It's just getting the muscles working, getting the body moving. It doesn't have to be brisk. You don't have to break a sweat. You don't have to put your jazzercise outfit on. You can just get out and walk at a leisurely pace.
Please don't put your jazzercise outfit on to some of the folks. So talk about what is happening. Why do we just want to take that nap after we eat that way? What's going on in the body? Because the body wants to digest it, is what, we've always thought.
Yeah, your body's really good at what it does. And when it sees a whole bunch of food, it's going to redirect a lot of the blood flow to your belly, to your gut. And what that does is it kind of slows down everything else, right? We get lazy, we get tired. It's our natural process. And so when we think about going for a walk, that re-stimulates all of our muscles, our brain activity, our nervous system, and there's enough blood getting to your gut still, but then it's also going other places that helps you stay awake, helps your heart, helps your blood sugar control, really.
Well, if this is good for today, Thanksgiving, after we eat a lot, I'm guessing this is good for other days of the year. Maybe this is just something we incorporate all the time now.
Absolutely. I would say start the habit today and make it an ongoing thing.
All right. Dr. Mark, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Turning now to how your weather forecast is going to hold up this Turkey Day. We are taking a live look at our HD Weather Authority radar on your left, and then on your right, the Inner Harbor in Towson.
And just look at that. Everything looks really calm this morning without a weather maker in sight. Let's see how long that sticks around for. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with us this morning on this Thanksgiving holiday. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I mean, look, we had the good weather for all the travel. That was the big thing, right? Most of the country was quiet.
That's huge.
And then, of course, last night we were just saying a lot of people got for maybe a few libations. It was clear, clear this morning, and we'll keep it going. How's that? Right?
That sounds incredible.
Yeah, keep it going in the shopping Friday even. How's that? Current condition at the airport is 44, so if you do have an early bird flight, some people do travel on Thanksgiving Day itself, just skip that Wednesday before. Pretty good weather, no question about that, just chilly, a little bit of a northwest wind. Through the day here in Maryland and the Baltimore area, we're talking about 40s into the 50s. So this kind of classic Thanksgiving weather, you certainly can get outside, do a little, if you're deep frying the turkey, backyard, back deck, just be safe about it. But great weather for that. Great outdoor cooking weather today if you're doing any of that. A little bit of a northwest breeze, a little windier here on Delmarva coming off the bay there. There's a bit of a breeze, but overall, this is a quiet pattern. Tough to complain, kind of Thanksgiving Day that we like. You have a holiday off. It can at least be nice and clear and dry and sunny. Yes, not unseasonably warm. I'll call this seasonable. Low mid 50s, statistically for Maryland, that's a typical Thanksgiving temperature-wise, the mid-50s. That's where we'll end up today. You see here, not a cloud in the sky for much of the day. There are a few more clouds around as we go into our Friday afternoon, but still, we've got good Black Friday weather for going to the mall or wherever your travels take you tomorrow. Hopefully you have the day off. A lot of us have to go back to work for just the one day. But you can see that basically the chill in the air this morning gives way to a pretty mild afternoon in the 50s. Winds will let up a little bit as well. Then tonight, back down, kind of frosty conditions overnight. If you're an early bird Black Friday shopper, sometimes you got to get to the mall, right, to get the first. There's only like 100, flat screens available right at the cheap price. You've got a chilly start tomorrow morning before sunrise, but then it's a pretty nice looking Black Friday. Not quite as warm. There's some colder air. This is going to march in Friday night into Saturday. So Saturday is a chillier day. No question about that. We've got colder air marching in out of the upper Midwest. It's going to take about another 48 hours to get here, but Saturday, certainly a day down in the 40s, low 40s even. Saturday, definitely feeling like a real chill in the air. We'll call it 45 or so for a maximum high temperature Saturday. Otherwise, though, dry weather, and all the travelers headed back to their destinations on Sunday. I think some late showers Sunday. Have to keep watching that. Overall, though, not too bad Sunday into Monday. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Wyatt. Let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network. A live look over the Bay Bridge and some of our Baltimore area cameras. As you can see, nothing to report this morning.
Coming up, how best to cook your Thanksgiving turkey. The safest way to fry your bird and keep out the germs after the break.
And a recall of a popular children's food item due to lead contamination. The heightened warning from the FDA just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Okay, now to a health watch for you this morning. The Food and Drug Administration is reporting more cases of children getting sick from tainted pouches of cinnamon applesauce. The FDA says it received 52 reports of elevated lead in this sauce among children who've had ate the apple puree. That is up from 34 cases reported last week. This outbreak is tied to the pouches of fruit puree from brands Wana Banana Schnucks and Weiss. They were recalled late last month due to dangerous lead contamination. The report now spans 22 states, impacting children between the ages of 1 and 4.
Well, if you are making turkey at home for your Thanksgiving meal, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has some tips on how you can cook the bird properly. First, avoid rinsing or washing a turkey before cooking it. The CDC says washing raw turkey can spread germs to other food. Now, if you're thinking about leaving the turkey out to thaw on the kitchen counter, you may want to just throw it in the fridge in a container instead, because at certain temperatures, bacteria can grow, making it unsafe to eat. When cooking your turkey, make sure the stuffing center reaches 165 degrees Fahrenheit before you dig in.
Okay, for some residents at a Chicago area zoo on Thanksgiving, a little early this year, they got to celebrate.
Staff at the Brookfield Zoo in Illinois provided a Thanksgiving meal for 2 ring-tailed lemurs, Ramses and Moses, but this wasn't your ordinary holiday spread. The food was inspired by a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving, which aired for the first time 50 years ago.
The lemurs snacked on popcorn, toast, jelly beans, pretzels, sticks, pies, and apple juice. The ingredients were tweaked to make sure they fit the lemur's diet for a delicious and nutritious Thanksgiving dinner.
Well, up next, a look at your Thanksgiving and Black Friday forecast. Stick around for the latest with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart.
It's Thanksgiving, which means it's almost time for the annual Be Gaddy Thanksgiving dinner. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Cherry Hill here, where preparations will begin soon. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
This morning on Fox 45 Early Edition, we are tracking your Thanksgiving Day forecast and traffic all morning long. On the left there is a live look at our Weather Authority HD radar. And good news, we have no weather makers on the way. Then on the top right, a live look over the Bay Bridge as traffic is looking light right now. The FSK Bridge, as traffic there is looking light. And then below, that is a live look at the Inner Harbor, where all is calm to start your Turkey Day.
I think that's the best way to start your Turkey Day, right?
Absolutely.
And with us, of course. Thanks for being with us. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Shannon Lilly. And even better, like I said, weather is looking good. We need to get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart, but it sounds like a great day to be outside.
Yeah, a great day to be outside and cool enough to get the birds in the oven, right? And get the oven cranking all day, and it's not going to be unseasonably warm at all. So I think that actually is a good thing. Temperatures, you know, we're running right now in the 40s for the most part. 43 Aberdeen and Westminster, same. We've got a slightly warmer 48 in the state capital as well as in the city. And these numbers continue to flow out of the northwest. You know, breezy conditions, but nothing crazy, and a really pretty decent start in the 40s, eventually in the 50s today. There's some decent sunshine on tap. Just a clear, dry scenario, not just for Maryland, but all the surrounding states, wherever your travels might take you up or down, you know, 95, 83, headed west on 70. You are looking at clear weather and a decent warm up on tap. All those backyard, you know, football games, everything else working up the appetite. Great weather outside for that. We'll talk about travel Sunday, some changes there. It's coming up.
All right, thanks, Wyatt. Now to your Len Stoller traffic network, where not only we have clear weather, we've got clear roads. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning.
Well, we are just about 7 weeks out from next year's legislative session.
And right now, lawmakers remain split on how to address juvenile violence in the state.
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted.
This divide is coming as Fox 45 News continues to hear from parents, police, and prosecutors frustrated with a lack of accountability for young people.
A Montgomery County lawmaker, though, is asking for patience as others say the state just cannot wait. Senator Will Smith, chair of the powerful Senate Judiciary Proceedings Committee, says change takes time.
My real concern is that there continues to be, at least to a small degree, some downplaying of the nature of the problem.
Statements of the secretary about the falling numbers in terms of juvenile crime that's not what we've seen here in Montgomery County.
In response to Senator Smith's latest comments, Rich Gibson, state's attorney in Howard County and president of the Maryland State's Attorney Association, says Senator Smith has, quote, indicated he is willing to work with the prosecutors to draft tweaks to the existing law. For some leaders, comments from the leader of the Department of Juvenile Services claiming juvenile crime and incarceration is down is creating more frustration than solutions.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted. I, for one, am not interested in rolling back the reforms that we put in place last year.
With conversations continuing on how to tackle the juvenile crime crisis in Maryland, Democratic leadership claim major changes to current laws are just not likely. Governor Wes Moore says he will roll out a juvenile crime plan, but so far, the public has yet to see it. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott has been a vocal critic of the Department of Juvenile Services for months, saying it's a broken system that needs to be rebuilt.
We have to build a juvenile justice system that works from the ground up. Every single portion of it has to be looked at. I've been talking about that for years now, as you know.
Well, the mayor's comments come as DJS faces questions surrounding multiple violent incidents in Baltimore. Two of the suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting were wearing ankle monitors and under DJS supervision at the time of the shooting. DJS says they have 14 staff members monitoring more than 100 young people on ankle monitors. Earlier this month in Butchers Hill, a 12 and 14-year-old were caught on camera here allegedly beating a woman and trying to steal her car. They were released after only 2 hours, prompting a letter from Councilman Zeke Cohen and other lawmakers to Baltimore police and DJS.
It is not acceptable for the victim
It is not acceptable for the general public, and it's also not acceptable for those young people. They need to be held accountable. Our ask for Secretary Schiraldi and Commissioner Worley is work together in collaboration, no finger pointing. The police department, the Department of Juvenile Services need to be on the same page.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. If lawmakers don't address juvenile crime, will you support them next November? So far, 99% of people who have voted say no. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
State Republicans pushed to change 2 juvenile crime laws, but were not successful.
Lawmakers did not pass the Violent Firearms Offender Act, which Republicans plan to reintroduce next session. The state legislature passed Senate Bill 1, which limits where legal gun owners can bring their firearms.
Critics argued the state was regulating legal gun owners instead of people illegally possessing guns. Now, some state lawmakers are commending a ruling from the Maryland Court of Appeals calling the state's handgun license law unconstitutional.
It was ridiculous when they passed it. It did absolutely nothing to deal with crime in our state. And the only thing it accomplished was it created this massive hurdle for otherwise law-abiding citizens to own a firearm.
Senate President Bill Ferguson, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott, and other Democrats oppose the decision. They argue it will lead to more gun violence and firearm-related deaths.
Up next, a new location for the 42nd Be Gaddy Thanksgiving dinner. The latest on the event and preparations after a short break.
And now a live look over Towson and the Baltimore Harbor. Stay tuned for the latest weather conditions before you head out for Thanksgiving. Time now 5:35. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
All right, good morning and happy Thanksgiving. And, you know, the weather gods have blessed us, right? Clear weather up and down the East Coast right now. You know, some people do travel on Thanksgiving Day itself. I understand that. Early bird flights to the Mountain West. That's where we're going to find a little bit of rough weather, but it's kind of expected out there this time of year. Otherwise, it's a quiet weather map. And Around Baltimore today, fantastic. Into the 50s we go. Beautiful day for getting out and about. We'll talk more about how things trend for the rest of the weekend coming up. Back to you, ladies.
Wyatt, thank you. Today, Be Gaddy is hosting its 42nd annual Thanksgiving dinner.
For years, it's been held at the Patterson Park Recreation Center, but this year the annual event is at a new location.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with more on that as preparations are underway for this event. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Shannon and Taylor, and happy Thanksgiving. This year, the annual Thanksgiving dinner is actually happening just behind me here at the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center, which is in Cherry Hill. The Patterson Park Rec Center had some HVAC issues, but the city stepped up and helped them find a new location for this amazing event. Now, they're going to start serving the meal at 11 this morning, but right now it's pretty quiet out here. That will change soon. We actually are already starting to see some volunteers get here now, and they also have a truck just parked outside with food inside of it. On top of serving a traditional Thanksgiving dinner, though, to those in need, Be Gaddy volunteers also deliver meals to several senior centers and homes. They're going to start delivering those meals earlier than usual at around 8 this morning to get a head start because of the location change. You can also go to Be Gaddy Family Center on North Chester Street to pick up a meal. But this event helps so many people in our community. In fact, last year they served 40 to 50,000 meals, and they're preparing for the same this year. We also spoke with Cynthia Brooks, the executive director of Be Gaddy. Her mother founded the center many years ago.
It's numbers that boggle my brain. It's just, when I sit back and think about the 40 or 50,000 meals that we put out, it's kind of stressful and crazy. Praying for donations to come flooding in the door.
Now, besides food, they're also giving away coats and clothes. And you just heard Cynthia say, of course, donations are always welcome. But Cynthia is also concerned that the location change will make it harder for people to come here to Cherry Hill. But the city is providing transportation for those who need it. And you can find all of the information about the pickup locations and times on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Cherry Hill, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, thanks, Olivia. And if you still want to get some steps in before Thanksgiving, you can be part of the Y Turkey Trot. It's a charity 5K, and the races begin this morning at 8:30. There's various locations throughout Central Maryland. If you're registering today, plan to arrive at least 1 hour before the 5K begins. And yes, you can dress up for the event.
Love that. Well, up next on Fox 45, all of today's Turkey Bowl games. Stay tuned for the exciting matches and kickoff times.
And coming up, we haven't even had our turkey yet, but some people have already moved on to Christmas. Yes, the exciting holiday-themed maze with ice skating and even more just after the break. Stick with us here at Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, this week we've got a lot of sports programming happening right here on Fox 45.
Starting with the game here this Thanksgiving. NFL Sunday will start at 10:30 this morning. Then at 12:30, watch the Green Bay Packers head to Detroit to take on the Lions.
You can watch college basketball. That starts at 4 p.m. That's when Arizona and Michigan State face off in California. Then at 6 o'clock, you can catch women's college basketball. Tennessee and Indiana going head-to-head in Florida.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, here's a look at the games you can catch right here on Fox 45. First, TCU heads to Oklahoma to take on the Sooners. Kickoff is at noon. College basketball follows. Matchups are not set yet, but it goes until 8:30 p.m. when college football is back. That's when Oregon State and Oregon go head-to-head.
Well, turning now to Saturday, starting at 9 a.m., the big noon kickoff travels to Michigan as the number 3 Wolverines face off against the number 2 Buckeyes.
And this is the second season in a row that the two teams are heading into their regular season matchup as undefeated. BetMGM is saying that the Wolverines are favored to win over the Buckeyes.
And of course, you can watch the Michigan and Ohio State face-off right here on Fox 45 Saturday. Kickoff starts at noon. And stick around following the game to watch Washington Showdown. At 4 p.m., the Washington State Cougars head to Husky Stadium to take on the undefeated Washington Huskies for the Apple Cup. Then to round out your college football on Fox 45, Iowa State and Kansas State. Kickoff there, 8 p.m. in Kansas.
Well, even though Thanksgiving is today, many are already in the Christmas spirit. Take a look at this. Crews at Legends Field in Kansas City have been working for more than a month to set up all 4 million lights to create the world's largest holiday lights maze. The attraction includes a light maze, ice skating, and vendors. And if you are in the area, you can get in on the action starting tomorrow. That looks incredible.
It really does. Well, let's take you live first to LAX, where people are taking off some last-minute flights to get to their holiday destination bright and early. The question is, for those getting on last-minute flights today or returning in the next couple of days, what will the weather be like? Is it going to be all clear? Let's go ahead and bring in the man with the plan, meteorologist Wyatt Everhart.
Try to have a plan anyway. Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Happy Thanksgiving.
We made it. We got through Travel Wednesday.
Yeah,
I think,
it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Well, at least from what we saw.
Everything we saw, people seemed happy at BWI. I mean, nice to see that. You know, I think we're going to see a pretty quiet Thanksgiving Day and Black Friday. Really looks good for all the shoppers out there. So overall, starting things off well this Thanksgiving weekend, to say the least. A little bit of a northwest breeze. I mean, if there's any factor in your weather, it's a bit of a wind chill this morning, but not too bad at all, and certainly not for late November. 41 now in Cockeysville. We've got 42 in Rosedale. Ellicott City at 41 right now. On our way from the 40s into the 50s. Certainly by midday today, we should be up into those 50s, and pretty nice day on tap. Pretty good day for those, epic. I know, like down in Anne Arundel County, there's a lot of like neighborhood versus neighborhood, football games every year, backyard kind of ball on Thanksgiving Day. We got great weather for that today, crisp and sunny. Overall, northwest flow here coming out of really the Canadian prairies, but not particularly cold air. That will come, but probably more toward Saturday. Today and even tomorrow, we're talking over 50 for daytime highs. Saturday, not so much, more so down in the 40s, so certainly a chillier Saturday. But overall today, you can see it's just a clear scenario here on FutureScan. A few clouds try to drift in out of the south on Black Friday, but not really seeing much there either. I think still a partly cloudy day with some decent sunshine around for tomorrow as well. Temperatures, running cool, but this is late November after all, so we don't see any unseasonable warmth at all as we had earlier in the month, but we certainly do see what I'll call seasonal temperatures into the mid-50s today, and then after starting off in the 30s tomorrow, I think we're up into the, we'll call it the low 50s tomorrow afternoon, just a little cooler on your Friday. Overall, that dry, cool air will hold tough today and tomorrow before a colder blast comes in Friday night into Saturday. That means Saturday, if you're out and about, you are going to certainly see a chillier day. Stuck down in the 40s, even low 40s most of the day Saturday. In terms of rain, though, there's not much here. Late Sunday into early Monday, that's our next chance for rain, and not much of one at that. We'll head back to you.
All right, now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We're taking a live look over the Bay Bridge and some Baltimore area cameras, and things are looking good. Honestly, the road looks empty. No incidents or accidents to report.
Stolen cars are being continually dumped in a southwest Baltimore lot. Why car theft victims say they're tired of waiting for police to help them find their vehicles.
But before we head to break, here is a live look over the Bay Bridge. Everything moving smooth at this hour. It's 5:50. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Continuing coverage this morning, car thefts in Baltimore have more than tripled compared to this time last year, and some residents are trying to recover their cars themselves. Vincent Hill looks into where many of these cars are showing up in southwest Baltimore.
Just under the noisy traffic of Interstate 95 sits a no dumping sign, but for car thieves.
No surveillance.
This underpass near Merle Park, a dumping ground for stolen cars. These pictures posted to social media showing several stolen Hyundais and Kias, posted by desperate owners in search of their vehicles.
I used to live down one of these blocks where there is a dead end. And
this woman, who lives in the area, not wanting to show her face,
they used to run them into the Jersey walls,
but says she's seen several stolen cars dumped by the overpass.
Crime's illegal, except in Baltimore.
Marcus Strider of the Guardian Angels patrols the Merle Park area.
Think about this. We're almost 10,000 stolen cars. 10,000 stolen cars in Baltimore.
The latest BPD data shows 9,720 cars have been stolen as of November 11th. The most current data not released until next week.
You would think that at some point when you steal 5, 6 cars, okay, we got to bump, we got to do something a little bit better.
Fox 45 reached out to BPD about the cars posted to social media and asked the following. Have the cars been confirmed stolen? Did officers recover the vehicles? And will BPD be patrolling the area given that cars are being dumped there? So far, we have not heard back.
This is insanity. This is madness. This is repetitive. It is escalated to a point where it's a national embarrassment.
Vincent Hill, Fox 45 News.
Now, this month, Mayor Scott released an action plan to address the spike in car thefts. The initiatives include multiple steering wheel lock distribution events, system upgrades, and clinics to improve security in Kias and Hyundais, distributing GPS trackers for city residents to put in their cars, and expanding the city's network of license plate readers. Now, while the mayor claims the new plan is part of a year-long effort to fight the spike in car theft, some city leaders say they take issue with what they see as a lack of action. Councilman Eric Costello last week criticizing Mayor Scott for not taking a more aggressive approach to protect city residents and their vehicles.
There's a complete lack of urgency on issues plaguing our communities. Why wait until we reach nearly 10,000 car thefts, one of the highest rates in the United States, to act with a sense of urgency?
That criticism came as the councilman endorsed Sheila Dixon for mayor.
Communities across the state are trying to get a grip on car thefts. Baltimore County has seen car thefts more than double this year. And yesterday, police held a steering wheel lock giveaway in Towson. Kia and Hyundai owners lining up to get their locks.
For those who have been a big target for thieves due to a flaw in the security system exposed on social media, the companies are also facing a lawsuit over this issue.
And this week, a federal court denied their request to have the suit dismissed, saying the companies created a public nuisance by not installing industry standard safety equipment in their cars.
Baltimore police say data also shows more than 38% of those arrested for car thefts are juveniles. Many of them are arrested multiple times for the same crime, but only 2/3 of those suspects are reported to the Department of Juvenile Services. Only 5% actually end up serving time in a DJS facility. Concerned Baltimore residents tell the council they fear for their safety.
My community has been hit so hard from 2020 up until now with teenagers going crazy. And no one has done anything about them.
My biggest fear is being carjacked with my children in the car. And what am I supposed to do when 6 to 8 youth surround my car? What am I supposed to do? I can't fight back. What if they shoot me? What if they hurt me? What are my children supposed to do? We need to stop this and hold these kids accountable.
If you have a stolen car story or know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Tell us what happened or send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com.
It's Thanksgiving, which means it's almost time for the annual Be Gaddy Thanksgiving dinner. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Cherry Hill here, where preparations will begin soon.
Well, delightful things are happening around the region. Still ahead, the festivities that will fill you with joy today.
Weather-wise, it is a clear start this Thanksgiving Day up and down the East Coast and right here in Maryland. Will it hold up throughout the holiday weekend, though? We'll answer that straight ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
This morning on Fox 45 Morning News, we are tracking your Turkey Day forecast and your traffic all morning long. A live look at our Weather Authority HD radar where you can see the good news. No weather makers on the way. And then on the top right, a live look on the roads as traffic looks light for any last-minute travel plans. But then below that, a live look at the Inner Harbor where all is calm and gorgeous to start your Turkey Day.
Happy Thanksgiving. Thanks so much for being here on this November 23rd. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and we echo that. But meteorologist Wyatt Everhart's going to tell you why it's a happy Thanksgiving, because the forecast is looking gorgeous.
I was going to say, I think it has to do with the weather.
Ladies, I mean, not just so clear here in Maryland, but really up and down the east coast of the U.S. If you go to Canada, you'll find some rain and snow. Otherwise, we're looking clear. And in the 40s this morning, so it is a cool start. Coldest spot's going to be out toward Deep Creek Lake at Oakland, 32 there, but everywhere else in the state's already comfortably above freezing. So, the numbers are going to increase nicely today. Lots of sunshine on tap. Great Thanksgiving Day weather-wise. Just clear. Great weather for getting out to wherever your destinations take you today, wherever you're taking in the turkey. Good weather to get the turkey in the fryer if you're cooking outside today. We'll talk more about the outlook for Sunday. There is a chance for some rain there as we go into the big travel day at the end of the weekend. More on that coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Here is a live look over the Bay Bridge and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. Everything moving smooth at this time. Happening today, Baltimore's Classic 5 will host its annual turkey shoot outings this morning.
It all begins at 8:30 at the Pine Ridge Mount Pleasant Forest Park and Clifton Park golf courses. The Carroll Park Golf Course will be open until noon today for a regular play, but you must prepay to reserve a space. The turkey shoots will be held rain or shine, and this event gives everyone an opportunity to get the golfers out there, get around before celebrating that Thanksgiving with your family and your friends.
Also, you can still be a part of the Why Turkey Trot Charity 5K. The races are starting at 8:30 this morning at various locations in Central Maryland. If you are registering today, plan to arrive at least 1 hour before the 5K begins. And yes, you can dress up for the event.
Today, B. Gaddy is also hosting its 42nd annual Thanksgiving dinner. For years, it's been held at the Patterson Park Recreation Center, but this year the annual event is going to be at a new location.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with more on that as preparations are underway for this event. Olivia, good morning and happy Thanksgiving.
Good morning, Shannon and Taylor, and happy Thanksgiving, of course. Now, this year, the annual B. Gaddy Thanksgiving dinner is actually going to be held here at the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center, which is in Cherry Hill. The Patterson Park Rec Center had HVAC issues, but the city stepped up and helped them find a new location for this amazing event. They're going to start serving the food at 11 this morning, but right now, things are starting to pick up just a little bit. We're still outside the building. I'm actually told by some of the volunteers that are starting to get here now that they're just waiting for the building manager to get here, and then they'll be able to get inside and start preparing this amazing meal. Now, on top of serving a traditional Thanksgiving dinner to those in need, B. Gaddy volunteers also deliver meals to several senior centers and homes. They're going to start delivering those meals earlier than usual at around 8 this morning to get a head start because of the location change. You can also go to the B. Gaddy Family Center on North Chester Street to pick up a meal. But this event helps so many people in our community. In fact, last year they served 40 to 50,000 meals, and they're preparing for the same thing this year. We also spoke with Cynthia Brooks, who's the executive director of B. Gaddy. Her mother founded the center many years ago. Take a listen.
It's my personal passion that keeps my mother here with me, keeps me grounded, along with my other siblings. And it's a struggle to have turkey and all the fixing that you would normally have. And you have so many people that are facing homelessness right now with evictions going across the city, and is the status of everything that's going on in the city right now. It's just a big need to help.
And again, we're just waiting to get inside the rec center here in just a little bit. But besides food, they're also giving away coats and clothes. And of course, donations are always welcome. Now, Cynthia, who you just heard from, is concerned that the location change will make it harder for people to come here to Cherry Hill to get a meal. But the city also stepped up and is providing transportation for those who need it. And of course, you can find all the locations and the pickup spots and pickup times on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Cherry Hill, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. And of course, we want to see how you're celebrating Thanksgiving today. Send us your favorite Turkey Day photos and videos to the Chime In feature at our foxbaltimore.com, or you can go to the WBFF app.
From the Live Center this morning, dozens of hostages being held captive by Hamas may have to wait a little longer to go home. Israeli officials say that hostage deal has been delayed due to some logistical issues. The deal is giving a glimmer of hope to families of those hostages captured by Hamas. But now that deal has been postponed until tomorrow after initial reports said that it would begin in early hours this morning. So what does the deal look like? Both parties agreed to a 4-day ceasefire beginning tomorrow, during which 50 Hamas-held hostages will be exchanged for 150 Palestinian prisoners. Israel says the truce may be extended by 1 day for every 10 additional hostages released by Hamas. Hundreds of trucks of humanitarian aid will also be allowed into Gaza as part of the deal. Brand new Israeli military video here shows Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital from above. Now, the drone footage reveals what IDF claims is a Hamas terror tunnel there below the hospital. This is an example of Hamas using civilians as human shields, which constitutes a war crime. Now to a live look here over Capitol Hill. Washington officials say the exact details of that hostage release are still being worked out. The exact time it will take place is still unknown, but for now, that is the latest from the Live Center.
Now, with tensions in the Middle East, New York City is adding additional security at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Thousands of families are traveling to New York for the 97th annual event featuring giant balloons, floats, and all-star performers. Mayor Eric Adams says the NYPD is closely monitoring safety in the city.
We've already had enhanced security because of the holiday, and we don't see any nexus between the incident there and here in New York City.
City and state law enforcement officials stress that in recent days, there have been no credible threats to the parade or the holiday travel. Baltimore's mayoral race getting another contender after the break, why they believe they could change Baltimore's future.
And I'm Wyatt Everhart. We are looking at a clear start this Thanksgiving Day, not just in Maryland, but all up and down the East Coast. But will this hold up for the rest of the holiday weekend? We'll look at that coming up. All right, good news on this Thanksgiving holiday. We've got clear weather across the East Coast, and it looks to hold up, at least into our Black Friday. I will say this, as we go into the first part of the holiday weekend, we'll call it Saturday. See all this cold air up toward Billings, Rapid City, Minneapolis. That cold front's going to come in, and it's going to be a chillier Saturday around here. So be ready for a cold shift to start the, the middle weekend at this point. But today and tomorrow, looking good. We'll talk more about how things change into travel Sunday and beyond. That's coming up.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Wyatt. Baltimore teacher Wendy Bozell is entering Baltimore's mayoral race. Yesterday, she laid out her priorities in front of City Hall.
We have great people in Baltimore. I love this city, and I really want to bring us all together so that we can solve the problems of crime. We have vacant homes, we have food insecurity, and the biggest thing is youth violence, and we need to really get that under control.
Bozell is also the president of the Upper Fells Point Improvement Association. She's running as a member of the Maryland Forward Party, which identifies as a new party committed to finding common ground and solving big challenges across the state.
Now, Bozell is one of several candidates now running for mayor. Early polling indicates the race will likely come down to Mayor Scott and former Mayor Sheila Dixon. The latest Goucher poll shows 39% of voters say they would support Dixon in a hypothetical primary, while 27% say they'd back Scott. 23% say they'd prefer some other candidate, 8% saying they are still undecided.
Elsewhere, a federal appeals court has ruled private citizens can no longer challenge possible voting discrimination in court, known as Section 2 lawsuits. The vast majority of Section 2 cases in the past have been filed by private citizens, revolving around the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Now, a federal judge says only the U.S. Justice Department bring those lawsuits. The decision could ultimately end up in front of the Supreme Court.
The season of giving is upon us. After the break, find the perfect toys that match what your kids want without breaking your own bank. And we're taking a live look now at the Bay Bridge and the Inner Harbor. Stick with us here as we've got good weather, clear skies, clear roads on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Find the best toys, but all within your price range. James Zahn is the senior editor of the Toy Insider. He's joining us this morning. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, gobble, gobble, and hey, 'tis the season to start shopping after all those big meals today.
I know. So as soon as all the food digests later, that's what we're all going to be thinking about. But, you know, we spend a lot of money on the Thanksgiving dinner. So how do I budget shop for some of these items?
Well, you want to spend within your budget, and what we've got today are picks that hit all those different price points.
Okay.
So let's start with something on the inexpensive side. $5.99 for this one. This is called the Flat to Fast Racers. This is a new type of vehicle, and when you think about vehicle play, they haven't changed much over the years. Well, this flat to fast. So these come in a little card thing like this, and the kids are going to put this down on a flat surface and press the button, and it comes out and then becomes the vehicle. And they do go very, very fast. These are only like $5.99.
Okay, so I think kids being able to shoot a little car out, they're going to love that. And we're going to love that price. Sounds good. All right, what else?
Yes, you are. $15 range. Fingerlings from Wowie are back. These were a toy of the year back in 2017. They went viral again on TikTok over the past year, so they brought them back. So what do? You got to upgrade them. More than 70 different reactions. You can pet them. You can give them a kiss. There's lights in there, and now they can sit because their tails bend like so. But $14.99 for this little one.
Oh, yeah, I paid more than that in 2017, for sure. My daughter wanted that. All right. Oh, this looks cute.
Oh, yeah, this is one of my favorites, too. This is from Buffalo Games. This is called Tinker Tar. This is in the $30 range. This is an actual wooden guitar developed by a guy that actually makes Dave Matthews guitars. This has a single string, and what this is going to do is teach kids music without worrying about chords. So think like the recorder that all the kids play in school with the single note. So single note music, and these come in different styles. I've got this one here. They have a flying V. They even have one shaped like a pizza. But yeah, you can just rip the riffs.
The pizza one. Although I hear the fingerlings still trying to steal the show over there. That's why they went viral.
It is. This is Charlie. Back in action.
All right, so if somebody's been really good on my list and I want to spend a little extra, what do we have?
All right, let's go in the $50 price range from eKids. They have this new Disney Bluetooth storyteller. I'm big on screen-free play. This is a screen-free audio storyteller. So the kids are going to press a button on the top. It lights up. You can connect this to a device for all your favorite music to play through here like a smart speaker with all of the Disney characters on it, which of course is a ton of fun.
All right, we've got about 20 seconds. Do you have a big one?
Yes, not here with me, but check the screen from Flybar. We have the Blaster bumper car. This is $279.99, and this thing, kids are going to cruise around, hit the button, and they're going to fire little foam balls at all of their friends.
Yes, their friends, not their parents, or their parents will take them back. But this looks like this looks fun. Perfect ideas for all the price ranges. James, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, we put a link to the Toy Insider on our website, foxbaltimore.com/links.
All right, it is 6:18, and now we need to get a check on the forecast.
We certainly do.
Yeah.
Ooh, Wyatt, the shop behind you just looks
it's
gorgeous.
beautiful. And it's orange for Thanksgiving.
That's right.
Festivities.
Look, a beautiful clear sky, sun coming up, and it's not even really that cold for Thanksgiving out there. I mean, we're well above freezing, right? So we've had much colder Thanksgivings in Baltimore history than this one. That is for sure. Right now, we've got 44 BWI. And if you have an early bird flight, you know, some people do like to fly, travel on Thanksgiving Day itself. Good weather for that. And it looks clear really throughout the eastern U.S. You go out in the mountain northwest, there's a little bit of active weather in that direction as well as up in eastern Canada. But otherwise, it is a quiet pattern here for Thanksgiving Day, certainly more quiet than normal this time of year. 44 now in the city as well. We've got 42 Woodlawn and 41 in Bel Air. A little bit of a northwesterly breeze if there's any, you know, weather woe out there. Early bird people out along the edge of the bay, you're finding a bit of a chilly wind there. Some of the wind gusts since midnight have been, in the 20s. So, yeah, it has been a breezy period here, but otherwise quiet. And lots of sunshine will help warm things up today from the 40s, eventually right on up into the 50s. So really a sunny and crisp and fantastic Thanksgiving Day. If you're playing that big, annual backyard football game today, maybe like neighborhood against neighborhood, looks good. I know a lot of neighborhoods around Baltimore do that, so it's looking good for that game today. Work up that appetite for the turkey later this afternoon, right? A few clouds out in western Maryland to start the day. That's it. Lots of sunshine. You'll need the sunglasses out and about today on the road, wherever your travels take you, and as we go into Friday, much the same. And maybe a little more cloud cover at times Friday, but overall great, Black Friday shopping weather, clear conditions, mild day today, cold night tonight. But then we're back into a relatively mild Black Friday tomorrow. I will say if you're going as early sales Friday morning, obviously you got to dress warm if you want to get those first 100 flat screens or that kind of thing. You're definitely going to find a chilly start Black Friday morning. That dry, cool pattern is actually going to give way to some colder weather, at least briefly. We're going to get a shot of colder air on Saturday. You see the impact here from the 50s only into the 40s. Much of the day Saturday, the low 40s. So, yes, a much colder start to, I guess we'll call it the official weekend. But the holiday part of the weekend does start off mild. And next chance of rain late Sunday into early Monday. Otherwise, it is a very dry outlook, one of the driest Novembers on record, except for, of course, the heavy rain we finally got midweek. But it is dry here the next several days. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Wyatt. Let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network. We are taking a live look at some of the area cameras around the Baltimore region, and as you can see, we are quite clearly, quite literally in the green everywhere. No issues to report at this time. Fox 45 News is also pressing state leaders and local lawmakers about juvenile crime, the split decisions, and what we're learning ahead of the next legislative session.
And we are taking a live look now at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region as traffic, once again, it is looking light right now for any last-minute travel plans. It is 6:22. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
The holiday season is truly the best time to start giving back to the community.
Goodwill, along with Mayor Brandon Scott and other city leaders, hosted the 66th annual Thanksgiving dinner and resource fair at the Baltimore Convention Center. Now, this happened yesterday afternoon. The event connected people in need with resources such as housing, substance abuse, domestic violence, and mental health assistance.
This season is really about also lifting up those who don't have as much as you, making sure that you're giving back. Looking forward to doing that. Spent Saturday afternoon and evening giving out turkeys and food directly to families, delivering them to their houses. Looking forward to doing that with Christmas gifts in a few weeks. This is the time for all of us to wrap our arms around all of our neighbors, especially those who might need a little bit more love and a little bit more help during the holiday season.
This is my favorite event of the whole year, because we get to see, how we're helping people, and what we really ultimately hope to see is that people come back next year as volunteers.
Organizers say you can help those in need by donating to Goodwill stores across the region. We're expecting a really nice and sunny day with temperatures in the mid-50s. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is tracking your weekend forecast.
It's Thanksgiving, which means it's time for the annual Be Gaddy Thanksgiving dinner. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll take you live here to Cherry Hill, where preparations are already underway. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Morning on Fox 45 Morning News. We are tracking your Turkey Day forecast and traffic all morning long. On the left there is a live look at our Weather Authority HD radar. Good news, we have no weather makers on the way. Then on the top right, a live look over the roads as traffic is looking light right now for any last minute travel plans. And then below that is a live look at the Inner Harbor, where it's calm and there's a gorgeous sunrise for your Turkey Day. So we thank you so much for being with us on this Thursday, November 23rd. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Taylor Stewart. That nice orange glow over the harbor.
No, it's perfect for Thanksgiving.
It is. It's a signal that we're off to the right start. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with the forecast we're working with this holiday.
Hey, Taylor, Shannon. Yeah, I mean, a crisp start, but otherwise clear and really just setting the stage for a great Thanksgiving Day around Baltimore and around really the entire mid-Atlantic region. Clear conditions. You can see here a little weather well offshore, but and in eastern Canada, but that's it. We're clear, we're dry, we're sunny, and we are off to a brilliant start this morning. I will say this, cool numbers statewide running in the mid-40s, but set to warm up today. As we go through the course of the day, we'll see numbers rising into the 50s by lunchtime or so. And although I wonder how many people really have lunch with probably a big dinner coming, we'll see. But basically, overall, we look for a mild day. Great day to get outside. You know, backyard football games or the turkey trots, whatever your pre-turkey exercise is, looks great outdoors. We'll talk more about how things shape up for Black Friday into Travel Sunday, all coming up.
All right, thanks, Wyatt. Now to the Len Solar Traffic Network. No accidents to report. Checking your drive times on the JFX, it's going to take you about 8 minutes to get from the top of the JFX down to President Street. We are just about 7 weeks out from next year's legislative session.
Right now, lawmakers remain split on how to address juvenile violence across the state.
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted.
Now, this divide is coming as Fox 45 News continues to hear from parents, police, and prosecutors frustrated with a lack of accountability for young people.
Montgomery County lawmakers calling for patience as others say the state just cannot wait. Senator Will Smith, chair of the powerful Senate Judiciary Proceedings Committee, says change takes time.
My real concern is that there continues to be, at least to a small degree, some downplaying of the nature of the problem.
Statements of the secretary about the falling numbers in terms of juvenile crime that's not what we've seen here in Montgomery County.
Now, in response to Senator Smith's latest comments, Rich Gibson, state's attorney in Howard County and president of the Maryland State's Attorney Association, says Senator Smith has, quote, indicated he is willing to work with the prosecutors to draft tweaks to the existing law. For some leaders, comments from the leader of the Department of Juvenile Services claiming juvenile crime and incarceration is down is creating more frustration than solutions.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted. I, for one, am not interested in rolling back the reforms that we put in place last year.
With conversations continuing on how to tackle the juvenile crime crisis in Maryland, Democratic leadership claimed major changes to the current laws are not likely. Governor Wes Moore says he will roll out a juvenile crime plan, but so far, the public has not seen it. Now, Mayor Brendan Scott has been a vocal critic of the Department of Juvenile Services for months now, saying it's a broken system that needs to be rebuilt.
We have to build a juvenile justice system that works from the ground up. Every single portion of it has to be looked at. I've been talking about that for years now, as you know.
Well, the mayor's comments come as DJS faces questions surrounding multiple violent incidents in Baltimore. Two of the suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting were wearing ankle monitors and under DJS supervision at the time of that shooting. DJS says they have 14 staff members monitoring more than 100 young people on ankle monitors. Earlier this month in Butchers Hill, you'll remember a 12 and 14-year-old were caught here on camera allegedly beating a woman and trying to steal her car. They were released only 2 hours after that, prompting a letter from Councilman Zeke Cohen and other lawmakers to Baltimore police and DJS.
It is not acceptable for the victim. It is not acceptable for the general public. And it's also not acceptable for those young people. They need to be held accountable. Our ask for Secretary Schiraldi and Commissioner Worley is work together in collaboration, no finger pointing. The police department, the Department of Juvenile Services need to be on the same page.
That brings us to our question of the day. If lawmakers don't address the juvenile crime crisis, will you support them next November? So far, 97% of people who have voted say no. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
State Republicans pushed to change 2 juvenile crime laws, but were not successful.
Lawmakers did not pass the Violent Firearms Offender Act, which Republicans plan to reintroduce next session. The state legislature passed Senate Bill 1, though, which limits where legal gun owners can bring their firearms.
Critics argue the state was regulating legal gun owners instead of people illegally possessing guns. And now some state lawmakers are commending a ruling from the Maryland Court of Appeals calling the state's handgun license law unconstitutional.
It was ridiculous when they passed it. It did absolutely nothing to deal with crime in our state. And the only thing it accomplished was it created this massive hurdle for otherwise law-abiding citizens to own a firearm.
Senate President Bill Ferguson, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott, and other Democrats opposed the decision. They argue it will lead to more gun violence and firearm-related deaths.
Be Gaddy is hosting a feast for the community. After the break, what time you can get a Thanksgiving meal.
And Black Friday will have the perfect weather for shopping, and that means perfect weather for lines. What you could expect tomorrow. Stick with us here, 6:35. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Wyatt Everhart, and we continue to look at a clear weather scenario up and down the East Coast for this Thanksgiving Day. It's going to stay clear. There is some active weather out in the mountain northwest toward like Salt Lake City and beyond, but overall, it's a quiet pattern. Looks good here in Maryland this morning. Wherever your travels take you, clear and cool. We'll talk about how things trend into Black Friday and also Travel Sunday. Just a few more minutes ahead. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Wyatt. Well, today, Be Gaddy is hosting its 42nd annual Thanksgiving dinner.
For years, it's been held at the Patterson Park Recreation Center, but this year, the annual event is at a new location.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with more on that as preparations are underway for this event. And Olivia, we can see things going on behind you. What's happening there?
Yeah, good morning, Shannon and Taylor, and happy Thanksgiving. The annual Thanksgiving dinner is actually going to be held here inside the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center. And now, as you mentioned, preparations are underway. We've moved inside and the volunteers are here. Right now, they're actually starting to make to-go bags for people that are coming for the meals. So they're going to send them home with canned goods. But they're preparing that now in the canned goods room here. Now, the Patterson Park Rec Center had some HVAC issues, but the city stepped up and helped them find a new location for this amazing event. On top of serving a traditional Thanksgiving dinner to those in need, Be Gaddy volunteers also deliver meals to senior centers and homes. They're going to start delivering those meals earlier than usual at around 8 this morning to get a head start because of the location change. You can also go to the Be Gaddy Family Center on North Chester Street to pick up a meal. But this event helps so many people in our community. And last year, they served 40 to 50,000 meals, and they're preparing for the same thing this year. We also spoke with Cynthia Brooks, who's the executive director of Be Gaddy. Her mother founded this center years ago.
It's numbers that boggle my brain. It's just, when I sit back and think about the 40 or 50,000 meals that we put out, it's kind of stressful and crazy. Praying for donations to come flooding in the door.
Now, besides food, they're also giving away coats and clothes. Of course, donations are always welcome. And Cynthia actually just told me that they need more donations. Cynthia is also concerned that the location change will make it harder for people to get here to Cherry Hill to get a meal. But the city is also providing transportation for those who need it. And of course, you can find all of those pickup times and pickup spots on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Cherry Hill, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Does Black Friday have a bleak future? I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. Why one college professor is predicting the demise of Black Friday.
And AAA expecting this to be the busiest holiday travel season in years. Still ahead, we're tracking the conditions on the roads and in the skies. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. In your morning rush, Baltimore police arrested a man for allegedly sexually assaulting a person in Leakin Park.
46-year-old Charles Taylor is accused of attacking a 71-year-old in the park earlier this month. Police say Taylor started a conversation with her while walking along Gwynns Falls Trail, then grabbed her and threatened her at gunpoint. He's facing multiple charges, including sex offenses and kidnapping. Car thefts are on the rise in Baltimore. So far, there have been more than 10,000 cars taken in the city. That's more than triple the amount seen last year, and it seems kids are helping drive those numbers up. Police say car thefts committed by juveniles are up 166%.
And car thefts are not just a Baltimore issue here. Communities across the state are trying to get a handle on the rise in thefts. Baltimore County holding a steering wheel lock giveaway for Hyundai and Kia owners. Those cars have been a big target for thieves due to the flaw in their security system.
The Maryland Supreme Court has declined for now to take up the Maryland Hemp Coalition's lawsuit against the state over hemp regulations. The group argues the pot licensing plan created a monopoly and snuffed out hemp retailers. Back in October, after hearing testimony, a judge granted a temporary stop to the enforcement of the current cannabis laws in Maryland, allowing hemp retailers to open their doors and start selling the products again.
Well, no matter whether you're hitting the road or in the sky, AAA predicts this will be one of the busiest holiday seasons they've seen in years.
More than 55 million Americans are expected to travel 50 miles or more from home over the Thanksgiving holiday travel period.
Now taking you live to I-95 right here in Maryland, where holiday travelers consumed the roads earlier this week. But right now, though, things look incredibly calm. Very different sight than the thousands of cars that took to the roads Thursday afternoon.
Now take a look at the scene from BWI Airport yesterday morning as thousands of people hopped on flights. Now, if you are traveling this morning in or out of BWI, FlightAware is tracking 2 delays and 0 cancellations. Nationwide, we are tracking 216 flight delays and 23 flights canceled.
All right, let's get on over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. It's hard to believe that those cancellations are related to weather at all, though.
I think the
Doesn't
volume,
seem so,
right?
right?
I mean,
Yeah.
that's the thing about it.
They don't have an excuse this year.
No, and you look at like the whole North America, it's like a little bit of weather up in Canada, you know, and a little bit in the mountain Northwest, but just, I mean, overall, we lucked out.
Yeah, and the Canadians probably aren't celebrating Thanksgiving, so
yeah,
that works out
there's that.
perfectly.
There's that. Look at this, 44 right now at the airport. So, you know, some people do travel early Thanksgiving Day itself, right? Try to just skip that whole jammed up Wednesday, and good weather for that today out at the airport. Quiet, just a little bit of a northwest breeze. We've got 40 now in Owings Mills, 42 in Rosedale, and 42 in Brooklyn Park. So chill in the air. Northwesterly flow continues to come into the state. Had a wind gust in the last hour at Reagan at 15, but overall, again, just breezy. Nothing over the top, nothing that'll delay early Thanksgiving Day flights. And overall, the pattern here today is a decent warm-up as we go from the 40s into the 50s. So yes, you know, we're talking about this, like the backyard, you know, neighborhood versus neighborhood football games, that kind of thing early in the day. Weather looks fantastic for that. Maybe sunglasses and a little fleece and you're good to go. Overall, the pattern here, just a few fair weather clouds. And this does not change much as we go forward in time. Staying clear of the rest of this Thanksgiving Day. Clear Black Friday morning, cold start Black Friday morning. Otherwise, you know, a few clouds at times Friday, but really not much. I think overall, again, just a quiet pattern here to start the weekend. If anything, temperatures are more the story. 30s out there into the 40s and 50s today. And then much the same as we go through your Black Friday, 30s into maybe the low 50s. Now, after that, there is some colder air. You see this toward Cleveland. That's going to plunge southward. So it's a cool, dry setup today and tomorrow. A colder setup as we go in the Saturday, as we get a reinforcing shot of even colder air to start the actual weekend. So 45 or so, that's it on Saturday. And another cold shot comes in toward Tuesday. So we do see the trend is for cooler and cooler weather here. Overall, the pattern is dry. Next chance for rain actually late day Sunday into Monday. So late flights out back to home, so to speak, Sunday night. Have to watch that a little bit. That could be more interesting. But overall, pretty quiet pattern here. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Wyatt. Now over to our Len Stoller traffic network. We do have an accident to report right now on 895 South. One vehicle's involved, and you can see the police lights on over there on the left side of your camera. It's not causing very much delay, but we will keep you updated as we track your commute this Thanksgiving holiday. A live look now from our traffic photojournalist, who is right now along 695, the inner loop. He's heading towards Parkville. Not many cars out there, but look at that sunrise. Okay, well, Black Friday is no longer just a day, but it's really kind of a week with holiday sales starting in October.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. Yeah. But one professor says 20 years from now, Black Friday may not even be a thing. Wow. The National Desk's Angela Brown explains why.
Black Friday, no longer just a day, a week or longer. Target offering Black Friday deals all week. Amazon kicking off its Black Friday sale on November 17th. Tom McGee, International Council of Shopping Centers.
Black Friday, Super Saturday, et cetera, they're still important. They're symbolic. But they're really not as meaningful to the whole holiday season.
Sam Kane, a finance teacher at Walsh College in Michigan, goes even further, telling the Washington Times, I think the death of Black Friday is one of many phenomena we will see unfold over the next 15 to 20 years. Pointing to boomers who control more wealth will be dying off in 15 to 20 years. Smart shopping expert Trey Bodge disagrees.
They were saying that, the baby boomers, they may not be around in that year to be shopping in the stores, but I don't think that in-store shopping is only for an older consumer.
Already Black Friday is evolving. A November report from Retail Drive found that 52% of Americans plan to skip Black Friday this year. One reason? Deals starting earlier.
I don't think that Black Friday is dying. I think that Black Friday is different. So the official kickoff of the holiday shopping season for me was the beginning of October with Amazon Prime Day and Target and Walmart and Kohl's and Best Buy, all the stores throwing their hats in the ring as well.
A recent survey from the National Retail Federation says that 74% of consumers plan to shop during the 5-day Thanksgiving holiday. Reporting in Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Well, get ready to navigate the holiday chatter. Still ahead, the best way you can avoid those tricky, touchy conversations with your family and friends.
Well, the streets of Tokyo, Japan becomes the arena for an unexpected battle. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, who emerged victorious in a unique and eco-friendly challenge. And you know what would be a real challenge for us in the morning?
What's the challenge? What's the challenge?
A morning without coffee.
Does it even really happen? It's
hopefully
time for a
not.
Coffee break. All right, happening now, it is Thanksgiving, and thousands of Americans took to the skies to get to their destination this year.
In Washington State, SeaTac International Airport's garage is the most convenient place for travelers to leave their cars, but some are now finding out it may not be the safest option.
Jamie Harris with our Sinclair affiliate in Seattle has more on the brazen thefts happening that you would not think would happen in one of the most secure places in the airport.
It is 7 stories with 13,000 parking spaces and apparently one giant target for car thieves.
And it's the airport, right? You know, they have police, they have security. This is the last place I'd think that, they'd be stealing cars.
But police here at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport are dealing with a steep increase in car thefts from the parking garage.
I hope it's still there when I get back.
You think it's secure.
Edward Holmes found out the hard way when his F-250 pickup truck disappeared from the airport while he was on a trip.
Because you park in the airport garage, you turn the keys off, you go get on your flight, you think that car's safe.
That's exactly right. I thought there's no way that Port of Seattle in this day and age could allow for that continued thievery.
Edward had to buy a new truck, but he says whoever stole his old one used it for 5 weeks to commit crimes around Seattle.
But this really did cost you quite a bit of money.
Yeah, I was essentially told, be glad that you got your vehicle back.
This is a secured garage. How are they physically able to get the cars out of here?
A lot of them will pay. They'll come here with another vehicle, pull a ticket, and then steal a car and use that ticket to get out of the pain, get out of the garage.
That's what happened with Edward's truck. Police say this video shows the thieves steal the truck from the spot. Then one guy pays to leave the airport booth, and the second person in the stolen truck tails him right through the gate.
Is this like a ring that's operating, or is this just individuals who come out here to prey on the airport?
Typically what we see are crimes of opportunity by individuals.
The Port of Seattle says 160 cars were stolen from the garage from the start of the year through late October. That's significantly higher than previous years.
You can see over here, they actually have cameras installed on these.
The airport now has cameras at parking stalls that catch thefts on video.
What do you hope the airport does as a result of this?
I think they need to step up their game. They need to step up the game for security, and they need to be a little bit more honest with the public about the risks of parking there.
Ed says he wants more accountability for people who steal cars.
You just kind of walk away going, I guess crime does pay. It feels like the police have their hands bound, and then we end up suffering for it.
Well, in Baltimore, people have left their cars in what they thought was a safe place, only to come back and find their cars damaged or stolen.
In the beginning of October, Fox 45 News told you about the story of a recent guest at the Sagamore Pendry Hotel. Now, he says he gave his keys to valet, but when he arrived, instead of parking it, that valet driver is accused of driving off with it.
They come in, they say, hey, we got some bad news for you. I'm like, okay, what's that? And they're like, well, last night, our valet employee stole your car.
Investigators say valet Jordan Richardson drove the vehicle to a car meetup event in Canton, and when he got out of the car, more thieves were waiting to move in.
While he was doing that, 3 more people run and jump in the car while he's in the back, and they steal it from him.
Now, officers recovered the vehicle that night outside of an apartment building where it had been abandoned. It was completely totaled, though. The 24-year-old valet is accused of stealing Eller's car and is now facing charges.
Well, if you have a stolen car story or know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Just scan that QR code there on your screen and tell us what happened, or send an email to news@foxbaltimore.com.
It's Thanksgiving, which means it's time for the annual Be Gaddy Thanksgiving dinner. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live here to Cherry Hill. We're going to be speaking with a volunteer as preparations are underway.
And there's a new face entering the race for Baltimore's next mayor, the issues she's promising to tackle if elected.
I'm meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. A clear scenario up and down the East Coast, setting the stage for a great start to this Thanksgiving weekend. Will it hold up till Sunday? We detail that in just minutes ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
It It is Thanksgiving, and Fox 45 News is tracking your forecast and traffic. Plus, we're letting you know about some special Thanksgiving celebrations happening right here in Baltimore.
On the top of your screen, you're taking live looks over Towson and the Inner Harbor. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart will have more on what you can expect throughout the day coming up in just a minute.
On the bottom of your screen, you're taking a look at I-95 as well as the Bay Bridge. Our team has been working throughout the morning to track any incidents that could slow you down.
And then finally, right there in the middle, Olivia Dance live in Cherry Hill this morning. She's going to tell us a bit more about the organization providing meals to those who need them this holiday season. Good morning to you. It is Thursday, November 23rd. In other words, Thanksgiving. Taylor Stewart.
I'm Shannon. Happy Thanksgiving to you. And we have a great day as far as weather, it seems. We want to bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. So great day to be outside, spend time with your family, maybe even picnic outside with all your food. If that's
a lot of people deep frying that turkey. It's going to be great weather for that. Out and about today. Fantastic. And there it is for you. Clear sky. It is a crisp start temperature-wise. We've got 39 in Aberdeen. Most spots, though, in the 40s. And on our way to the 50s later on today. So, yeah, chilly start, but by the time you're kicking off for those backyard football games, say toward late morning or midday, we're in the 50s and we're looking good. Lots of sunshine. The trend will hold into our Black Friday. However, there could be some changes by Travel Sunday. We'll look at all that coming up in just a couple more minutes.
Great, Wyatt. Thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. There are no major incidents or delays right now. Look at that. Everything looking clear.
All right, turning now to your holiday travel, no matter on the road or in the skies. AAA expects this is the busiest holiday travel season they've seen in years.
More than 55 million Americans are expected to travel 50 miles or more from home over the Thanksgiving holiday travel period. Now taking you live to I-95 right here in Maryland, where holiday travelers consumed the roads earlier this week. Right now, though, things are looking very calm. It's a very different sight than the thousands of cars that took to the road yesterday.
Now a look at your screen from the BWI airport. Yesterday morning, thousands of people hopped on flights. And if you're traveling this morning in and out of BWI, FlightAware is tracking one delay, no cancellations. Nationwide, we're tracking over 200 delays and 23 cancellations. Well, today, B. Gaddy is hosting its 42nd annual Thanksgiving dinner. And for years, it's been held at the Patterson Park Recreation Center. But this year, it'll be held at a new location.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with more on that as preparations are underway for the event. We can see a lot going on behind you, Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, Shannon and Taylor. Happy Thanksgiving. This year, the annual Thanksgiving dinner is actually going to be held here inside the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center. Volunteers are already here, busy, and I want to go ahead and bring in some of these volunteers. This is Kevin Sanders and Cynthia there with the Prince Hall Masons. Good morning.
Good morning.
And happy Thanksgiving.
Same to you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. And thank you so much for being here, volunteering. Such a great cause. I know this is not your first year doing this. You've been doing this for a while. Tell us how long and why you continue to come back and help.
It's been over 30-some years I've been doing this. We come back to help to give back to the community. So the people that are less fortunate than ourselves, we like to serve them.
I think last year the numbers were between 40 to 50,000 meals that were served. I know that that's the prediction for this year, but there is the location change, which I know the executive director is a little worried could make it harder for people to get here. Any concerns with that or thoughts on the new location and the challenges with that?
No, not really, because there's bus service that comes to Cherry Hill. Yeah. But the parking is more convenient. The rooms are larger, it's brighter. It's a very nice facility here in Cherry Hill, so I think everything will work out fine.
Yeah, it's a beautiful building and brand new as well. What is your role today? I know that people in this room right now are packing to-go bags for people that come for the meal, but what are you going to be doing?
So our role today is going to be to take food out to the different senior citizen places and stuff to make sure that they get the food that they need for Thanksgiving.
Absolutely, because beyond just people coming here to get a meal, there's also deliveries as well.
Right, so that's what we're going to be delivering.
And I believe you guys are starting that at around 8 this morning?
I think so.
Okay, and that's a little bit earlier than in the past, right, just to make up for the location change?
Location, right.
Absolutely, and then just lastly, if you could just quickly tell me a little bit about your organization. I know you're with the Prince Hall Masons and you have a whole group with you.
Prince Hall Masons is a worldwide fraternal organization that we believe in doing service in the community.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, and you guys are doing just that. It was great to meet you, Kevin, and happy Thanksgiving.
My pleasure. Same to you. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Thank you. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right. Olivia, thank you so much. That is such important work that they are doing there. Also happening today, you can still be a part of the Why Turkey Trot Charity 5K. The races are starting at 8:30 this morning at various locations in Central Maryland. If you are registering today, plan to arrive at least 1 hour before the 5K begins. And yes, you can dress up for this event, and that makes it so much more fun.
And of course, we want to see how you're celebrating Thanksgiving today. Go ahead and send us your favorite Turkey Day photos and videos through our Chime In feature at foxbaltimore.com, or you can easily do it through the WBFF app.
Baltimore teacher Wendy Bozell is entering Baltimore's mayoral race. Yesterday, she laid out her priorities in front of City Hall.
We have great people in Baltimore. I love this city. And I really want to bring us all together so that we can solve the problems of crime. We have vacant homes, we have food insecurity, and the biggest thing is youth violence. And we need to really get that under control.
Bozell is also the president of the Upper Fells Point Improvement Association. She's running as a member of the Maryland Forward Party, which identifies as a new party committed to finding common ground and solving big challenges across the state.
Bozell is one of several candidates running for mayor now, but early polling indicates if the race could likely come down to Mayor Scott and former Mayor Sheila Dixon. The latest Goucher poll shows 39% of voters would support Dixon in a hypothetical primary if it was held today. 27% backing Mayor Brandon Scott, 23% say some other candidate. 8% say they're still undecided.
Elsewhere, a federal appeals court has ruled private citizens can no longer challenge possible voting discrimination in court, known as Section 2 lawsuits. The vast majority of Section 2 cases in the past have been filed by private citizens revolving around the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Well, now a federal judge says only the U.S. Justice Department can bring those lawsuits. The decision could ultimately end up in front of the Supreme Court.
We're about 7 weeks out from the next year's legislative session.
Right now, lawmakers remain split on how to address juvenile violence statewide.
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted.
This divide comes as Fox 45 News continues to hear from parents, police, prosecutors, all who say they're frustrated with the lack of accountability for young people.
A Montgomery County lawmaker is calling for patience as others say the state can't wait. Senator Will Smith, chair of the powerful Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee, says change takes time.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted. I, for one, am not interested in rolling back the reforms that we put in place last year.
Now, in response to Senator Smith's latest comments, Rich Gibson, state's attorney in Howard County and president of the Maryland State's Attorney Association, says Senator Smith has, quote, indicated he is willing to work with the prosecutors to draft tweaks to the existing law. For some leaders, comments from the leader of the Department of Juvenile Services claiming juvenile crime and incarceration is down is creating more frustration than solutions.
My real concern is that there continues to be, at least to a small degree, some downplaying of the nature of the problem.
The statements of the secretary about the falling numbers in terms of juvenile crime that's not what we've seen here in Montgomery County.
With conversations continuing on how to tackle the juvenile crime crisis in Maryland, Democratic leadership claim major changes to the current laws are just not likely. Governor Wes Moore says he will roll out a juvenile crime plan, but so far the public has yet to see it. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott has been a vocal critic of the Department of Juvenile Services for months now, saying it's a broken system that needs to be rebuilt.
We have to build a juvenile justice system that works from the ground up. Every single portion of it has to be looked at. I've been talking about that for years now, as you know.
Well, the mayor's comments come as DJS faces questions surrounding multiple violent incidents in Baltimore. Two of the suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting were wearing ankle monitors and under DJS supervision at the time of the shooting. DJS says they have 14 staff members monitoring more than 100 young people on ankle monitors. Earlier this month in Butchers Hill, a 12 and 14-year-old were caught here on camera, allegedly beating a woman and trying to steal her car. They were released after only 2 hours, prompting a letter from Councilman Zeke Cohen and other lawmakers to Baltimore Police and DJS.
It is not acceptable for the victim. It is not acceptable for the general public. And it's also not acceptable for those young people. They need to be held accountable. Our ask for Secretary Schiraldi and Commissioner Worley is work together in collaboration, no finger pointing. The police department, the Department of Juvenile Services need to be on the same page.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. If lawmakers don't address juvenile crime, will you support them next November? So far, 97% of people who have voted say no. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
All right, it is 7:11 now, and it's time to get one more check of your forecast.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with the sunny skies and seemingly clear weather we're working with this Thanksgiving.
Yeah, saying in the weather business, all quiet, all buy it, right? And we're buying it, and we're looking good for Turkey Day. Whatever your outdoor plans are, you've got a great one today. It's going to be a little cool out there, 40s this morning, and eventually into the 50s this afternoon. Colder weather back into the northwest part of the country. We're going to get a taste of that by Saturday. So here's how it kind of plays out the next several days. Mid-50s today, mid-50s for Black Friday. Looks good both days, but colder as we go into Saturday, only in the low 40s to kick off the weekend there. We'll talk much more about how things go travel Sunday and beyond just a couple minutes away.
All right, now to your Len Stoller traffic network. As we can see here, no major incidents or delays to report at this time. Right now, it'll take you about 8 minutes to get from the top of the JFX down to President Street.
Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. The Baltimore City school system is out nearly $500,000. In our next half hour, Fox 45's Project Baltimore team investigates where the money went and the different answers coming from North Avenue and the mayor.
And when you're sitting around the dinner table tonight, before you blow your lid at that family member, take a step back. We'll talk with an expert about keeping your cool for the holidays. Stick with Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, the holiday season is here, which means more time with family and their opinions. Motivational speaker Eric Ribmeyer joins us now to share how we can have a peaceful time. And Eric, that is what we all want. That's what we all hope for. It doesn't always happen that way.
Sure doesn't. Cousin Eddie pulls up, snot comes walking in, you start rubbing him on his belly. It never ends up the way we want it to be, unfortunately.
So how do we navigate the difficult conversations that come up?
I think we have to prepare for it, right? So it's like if you're on a diet, you prepare when you get in these situations. There's lots of food. When you're getting ready to be around people that you know are going to start pushing the buttons, prepare for it.
Right.
So when they push them, when they pull those little levers.
Which they will.
They will, and they're intentional. They build up this whole year. It's like a football game for them. Like they're ready, they tailgate, they're like ready to come stir everything up. Just be prepared for it. So when you get put in a situation, you don't say something you're going to regret.
And so how do you prepare? I mean, what does that look like?
You learn how to respond to situations instead of react. So if they're going to show up, prepare in your mind, okay, what are they going to say? How are they going to say it? How am I going to respond to it? It's all about your mind just being ready for it. So it's not the first time you hear it. So instead of that knee jerk coming back at them.
Anger.
Yeah, like they bring you down to their level and they start, that's their game, right? Like pigs love to roll in the mud. So don't roll in the mud with them. Just prepare for it.
Right. Okay, so definitely just having a mindset of, they might trigger me and I'm not going to react.
It is. And then just separate, compartmentalize, right? Just recognize, just when you get put in the situation, just know that, okay, this person's trying to come at me. They've prepared for it. I prepared for it. Let's have a great time with family. Let's just allow them to do their thing, part ways. Then you got another 12 months till you have to see them again. Hopefully.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I guess how do you go about like navigating the conversation? Is there certain conversations that you should just avoid altogether at the dinner table?
So I do lots of segments throughout the year. This is always my favorite time of year because it just hits home, right? So the one question always comes up is politics, right? Everybody's like, all right, politics. Because you know these people just have to voice their concerns to you and just push whatever their beliefs are on you. So again, if you just accept the fact that this person believes what they believe, I know they're trying to get me to get into their playground, don't allow that to happen. Some people say, hey, we should have conversations in advance prior to, saying, before we get in front of the family, can we please talk through some of this stuff?
Right.
I'm not a huge fan of that person. I feel like someone gets left out, but you didn't tell me you guys had a conversation about me. Gets a little bit sticky.
Right. So what if someone does trigger you? You react. Worst case scenario. How do you go about navigating the rest of the time that you're
The best way is just pass the potatoes, right? It's like, I got to go to the bathroom. Like, I went to the bathroom 7 times in the last 10 minutes. Pull yourself out of the conversation, step away from it, and just recognize that when you're in that emotional state of mind, when you're reacting to the situation, there's a very high probability that you're going to get really upset. You're going to regret things you say. You might ruin the dinner. You might be the one that ends up being blamed for getting it ruined. Meanwhile, it was Cousin Eddie.
It wasn't your fault.
It wasn't your fault. It's never my fault.
Eric, thank you so much. Great advice. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate you having me. Thank you.
And happy holidays to everyone out there.
All right, let's go over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. We can't have any arguing at our tables.
That's what we're aiming to avoid.
But I think the weather will be a high point for everyone because you could really just go outside if it starts to get a little heavy inside, you know?
You start having one of those conversations, just turn it to the weather. Talk about the weather.
Hey, nothing but love on the set this morning, right? And hey, especially now that we got a little breakfast that's arrived here, right?
We're all fighting to get to that
there
food.
We go. Hey, we got a shot. 7th inning stretch, right? That's what we call it here. So we're fueled up. We're fueled up this morning. We can't miss out on the food activities here in the studios. We're here till at least 10 solid, then we got the midday stuff. 42 right now, BWI. Good travel weather for early flyers today. You know, we talk about how most of the travel went well yesterday, but some people fly out early Thanksgiving Day. It's looking good for you. Crystal clear conditions. Chill in the air, northwest breeze, but nothing of any real significance. Had a few gusts over 20 miles per hour since midnight. Overall, it's a happy Thanksgiving, right? Turkey's happy, we're happy. The numbers bouncing into the 50s today, so this will be a nice setup for, again, all the, I always call it the battle of the neighborhood, some of those backyard epic annual football matchups today. Looking good before the turkey gets consumed later today. And clear weather, if you're deep frying in the backyard, the bird, you're looking good today. Black Friday, shoppers, you're going to find early sunshine and a chilly start Friday. Just a few clouds drifting in out of the south, I think, tomorrow, but nothing of any real significance. So it's a quiet pattern. not just Thanksgiving Day, but into really the early part of the whole weekend here. Only real story again temperature-wise, because tomorrow we'll go from the 30s to the low mid-50s again, but then some chillier air set to push in. So it's a dry, chilly setup now, but colder air is on the march, and we're going to get a taste of that Saturday. We're talking tough to get out of the low 40s on Saturday. So winter weather fans are getting an early taste for sure on Saturday. A little bit of a bounce back, though, Sunday into Monday temperature-wise. Travel Sunday starts out okay. Early day travel looks good. Late day into Monday, the chance for rain comes in. So late flights out of BWI Sunday evening, the possibility there could be some weather impacts there. We'll keep you posted on that. Remember, the latest weather 24/7, foxbaltimore.com. Back to you.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. There are no major incidents or delays to report at this time. We are taking a live look over Lock Raven Boulevard, and things are looking clear. That sun is shining.
All right, well, this week we've got a lot of sports happening right here on Fox 45.
Starting with the games you can catch right here this Thanksgiving. NFL Sunday will start at 10:30 this morning. Then at 12:30, watch the Green Bay Packers head to Detroit to take on the Lions.
And then after that on Thanksgiving Day, you can watch college basketball right here starting at 4 p.m. That's when Arizona and Michigan State face off in California. And then at 6 p.m., you can watch women's college basketball, Tennessee and Indiana going head-to-head in Florida.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, here is a look at the games you can catch right here on Fox 45. First, TCU heads to Oklahoma to take on the Sooners. Kickoff is at noon. College basketball follows. Matchups are not set yet, but it goes until 8:30 p.m. when college football is back. That's when Oregon State and Oregon go head-to-head.
But turning now to Saturday, starting at 9 a.m., big noon kickoff travels to Michigan as number 3 Wolverines face off against the number 2 Buckeyes.
This is the second season in a row that the two teams are heading into their regular season matchup as undefeated. BetMGM is saying that the Wolverines are favored to win over the Buckeyes.
And of course, you can watch the Michigan-Ohio State face-off right here on Fox 45 Saturday. Noon is kickoff right here.
Following that game, stick around to watch a Washington showdown. At 4 p.m., the Washington State Cougars head to Husky Stadium to take on the undefeated Washington Huskies for the Apple Cup. Then to round out college football on Fox 45, Iowa State and Kansas State kickoff at 8 p.m. in Kansas.
And if you're thankful for our planet, show it. How a new World Cup competition in Tokyo is shining a light on environmental protection. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
take a look at this. Japan looks a lot cleaner this morning after hosting its newest World Cup.
That's right. The Nippon Foundation hosted a litter picking competition where participants went from 21 countries, gathered to see how much trash each team could collect in 90 minutes.
Well, the foundation says that the tournament was held to raise awareness about environmental protection.
We've taken so much away about how much we need to clean up our oceans and reduce litter. So for us, it's been a really good experience.
Well, Team United Kingdom was ultimately crowned the winner after they collected about 126 pounds of trash. Wow.
Well, there is plenty of sunshine in store for us this Thanksgiving, but can we expect the nice weather to stick around this weekend? Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart will break it all down for us coming up in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And since it's Thanksgiving, that means it's time for the annual Be Gaddy Thanksgiving dinner. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're speaking with a volunteer as preparations are already well underway. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
It is Thanksgiving, and Fox 45 News is tracking your forecast and traffic. Plus, we're letting you know about some special Thanksgiving celebrations happening right here in Baltimore.
Well, on the top of your screen, you're taking live looks over the Inner Harbor as well as Towson. And then meteorologist Wyatt Everhart's going to have more on what you can expect throughout the day in just a few minutes.
On the bottom of your screen, you are taking a look at the 95-895 split as well as the Bay Bridge. Our team has been working throughout the morning to track any incidents that could slow you down.
And then finally, right there in the middle, Olivia Danz is live in Cherry Hill this morning. She's going to join us in a bit to tell us more about the organization providing meals to those who need them. Good morning.
Happy Thanksgiving to you. It is Thursday, November 23rd. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and we're all smiles in here because we just got some food.
Yes, we're feeling full, happy.
And the weather's going to be nice outside.
The weather, yeah.
Does it get any better than this, meteorologist Dwight Everhart?
I mean, it's like a crystal clear turkey day. It's what we like, right? And we'll continue to keep that weather, I think, going into Black Friday as well. So that's a great stretch to start the holiday weekend. You see the clear sky, the numbers, 30s and 40s out there. So it's certainly a chilly start this morning, but we're getting ready to see things warm up a bit. A light north breeze, and the numbers again set to bounce from the 40s into the 50s because we really are going to have a lot of sunshine today. So great weather outside. You're deep frying the turkey. You're going to have a clear setup to do that weather-wise. Just be careful, right? We always say that. Temperatures running into the mid-50s this afternoon. The trend will be colder as we go towards Saturday. We'll look more at that coming up in a few.
All right, Wyatt, let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network and take a look here. No major incidents or accidents to report right now. You're looking at some of our area cameras, and all we're really seeing, I think, is some cars just going at that last-minute errand before they start preparing the meal. Nothing to report on the roads.
Well, today, Be Gaddy is hosting its 42nd annual Thanksgiving dinner.
And for years, it's been held at the Patterson Park Recreation Center, but this annual event this year is going to be held at a new location.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with more on that as preparations are very much underway for this event. Olivia?
Good morning, Taylor and Shannon, and happy Thanksgiving. This year, the event is going to be held at the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center. We're inside the rec center right now. Soon they're going to start actually putting the meals on the trucks, and they're going to deliver those to senior homes. But right now, they are preparing the food as well. All the volunteers are here, including Richard Abrahams. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Happy Thanksgiving. I love the hat.
Thanks very much. I'm in the spirit of things. It's the Festivus for the rest of us.
There we go.
This is Baltimore, huh?
And purple for Ravens, too.
Absolutely. You got that.
Okay, so obviously you're here volunteering on Thanksgiving, bright and early. Why was it important for you to come out? And I know that your younger brother is with you too.
Yeah, I have a brother, an adoptive brother, here to help us out. We work at a auto shop in Catonsville called Straight Line Performance, and we're just trying to pay it forward here in the community. The important thing for us, and me especially, is as a student many years ago at Towson, I promoted a series of benefits for 3 years for the B. Gaddy Foundation. It's called Rockers Against Hunger, and all the money that was raised for that went directly for her when she was alive to support these efforts. Now, obviously, I'm not promoting the show anymore. It's long gone, but I wanted to bring myself down here and my adopted brother Scott to come down and volunteer our time, and that way, at the end of the holiday, we can pay it forward in another way with our services.
Absolutely. What a great way to spend your Thanksgiving morning. And Cynthia Brooks is B. Gaddy's daughter. She's carrying out her legacy, putting on this event, continuing to put on this event. Do you know what you're going to be doing here today? What is your role as a volunteer?
I said I would do anything. I don't mind rolling up my sleeves, getting down and dirty, but I told them I would just work in the kitchen, bring boxes in, load the trucks for the food that's going to be disseminated to the less fortunate people here in the city of Baltimore. And if anything, it really brings us all together because there's a community effort, very much how we all cheer for the Orioles or Ravens. It's no different than what we do here for the city. There are people that have far less than us, and to give them a nice warm belly and let them know that they're loved, and if people would just see Baltimore as one society, one community all together doing what's best for all of us.
So well said, Rich. Thank you so much for speaking with us. And I know that they're going to be preparing 40 to 50,000 meals. That's what they did last year, and that's what they're getting ready to do here today, right in Cherry Hill. But I'll send it back to you guys.
That's a lot of food and such important work.
That is touching. Well, Baltimore City Schools is out nearly $500,000 in money that was paid to a school resource officer for overtime during the pandemic, but was never reimbursed.
For months, Project Baltimore's Chris Pabst has been trying to find out why the city has not paid North Avenue back. Now, the mayor and school system appear to have different versions of what happened.
Project Baltimore, for the last month, has been trying to solve a mystery, a $500,000 mystery that just got more complicated.
Have you talked to the school system about this? Because they're saying that they put in the reimbursement.
I'm going to say what I said to you one more time.
If we receive it, we'll pay it.
The nearly $500,000 in question was paid to city schools police officers assigned to work overtime at COVID testing sites during the pandemic. Baltimore City Schools expected the city to reimburse that money using federal COVID relief funding. From July 2020 to July of 2021, City Schools says it submitted a total of $481,000 in police overtime for reimbursement. Years later, the district hasn't been paid back. Why not? Getting an answer has proven to be difficult. We started in October by going directly to city schools.
I just simply want to know why $500,000 in police overtime has not been reimbursed to the school system. You know the answer. I don't know why you're not telling me.
How do you know I know the answer?
You as in the school system know the answer.
But North Avenue wouldn't tell us the answer. They say because of the investigation into school police officer and football coach Lawrence Smith.
You think you should say something though to your players?
Smith was arrested in September and charged with 15 felony counts. He's accused of fraudulently obtaining more than $215,000 in overtime that he did not actually work, and many of his overtime hours were logged at COVID testing sites. When the school system refused to answer our questions about why the nearly $500,000 was not reimbursed, we went to Mayor Brandon Scott.
Mayor, can we just get a second with you?
According to city schools, the overtime was submitted to the city's finance department, and Mayor Scott told us in October he would look into it.
We'll make sure you get to that information so you get to the truth and you don't have to guess.
Last week, the mayor gave us an answer that we were not expecting.
We can only reimburse what we receive. We have not received that, and when we do, we'll pay it.
You have not received reimbursement?
It has not been received by the finance department. If we receive it, we will pay it like we do every bill.
North Avenue told us in response to a public records request that it submitted for reimbursement years ago. The mayor says that never happened. So Project Baltimore then went back to city schools to find out. The district told us in a statement this week, in light of the federal investigation, City Schools has been reviewing the invoices from the period for which Project Baltimore requested documentation. We will work with the city to update our reimbursement request if necessary once that process is complete. City Schools appears to be standing by its claim that it submitted a reimbursement request. The city's finance department says it has no record of that request. Two government entities, two conflicting accounts. And remember what's at stake. Nearly $500,000 taxpayer dollars already paid to school police officers, one of which has been indicted by the FBI.
Project Baltimore will stay on this story to try to get answers. But we want to hear from you. Do you have information about this situation? Call our hotline, send me an email, go to foxbaltimore.com to follow our progress. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Coming up in our next half hour, airports and highways are keeping up with the Thanksgiving travel rush. But we're taking a look at the busiest days to come that may make it harder to return home. Well, there is a lot to be thankful for today, including the weather, with sunny skies and highs in the upper 50s. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart will let us know if the nice weather will stick around this weekend. That's coming up in his full forecast. It's 7:39. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, good morning, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with good news on the weather front this Thanksgiving Day. A cool start this morning in the 40s, on our way to the 50s, though, and I think again tomorrow, but colder air poised to blast in out of the Mountain West and upper Midwest, so a colder Saturday. Here's how it plays out the next few days. Mid-50s both today and Black Friday, but we do have a chillier Saturday down in the low 40s most of the day that day. Back to you.
All right, up next, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, they are on the way. Stay tuned for all the holiday shopping tips you need before you buy.
And coming up, more and more people are using marijuana as a sleep aid. How it helps you sleep and more. That's after the break. It's 7:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Okay, making headlines this morning, a new study from Washington State University shows that some people are ditching traditional sleep aids for marijuana.
The benefits may even go beyond cannabis to some more common items in your kitchen. Kelly Koopmans with our Sinclair sister station in Seattle explains.
In this survey, more than 80% of cannabis users said they do not use prescription or over-the-counter sleep aids. And researchers say it could come down to a chemical compound also found in common spices, even fruit.
They feel more refreshed, more focused. They have fewer headaches, less nausea. And that just generally they're better able to function after using cannabis.
That's how WSU researcher Carrie Cutler says people felt after using cannabis over a more conventional sleep aid like melatonin or antihistamines to get a good night's sleep. 60% of those who participated in the survey said they got 6 to 8 hours of sleep when only using cannabis. Of those who used sleep aids alone or cannabis and a sleep aid, less than 20% reported getting 6 to 8 hours of sleep. Cutler says it all comes down to chemical compounds. While it's known that cannabis has THC and CBD, it also has a terpene called myrcene. Myrcene is also found in common staples like mango, lemongrass, thyme, and hops.
The terpene doesn't carry the intoxicating properties that THC has, and so people could potentially get some of the beneficial effects of what they're getting from cannabis without having to worry about the potential detrimental side effects of cannabis or the intoxicating effects.
As far as edibles go, only about 33% of study participants said they use them as a sleep aid, and 14% reported using capsules containing THC. Kelly Koopmans.
All right, let's go ahead and get another check of our forecast here.
Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is joining us here with a nice blue sky.
That's right. That's right. I wanted to step back for a minute, just admire it, right? I mean, beautiful blue conditions. And this is really, you know, a great setup, not just for our Turkey Day Thursday, but right into tomorrow as well. A lot of people fortunate enough to have off Black Friday. You got another great weather day coming tomorrow as well. Things change a little bit on Saturday forward, though. 42 right now at BWI. Winds are northwest at 6. And the low 40s out there across central Maryland continue to be the story this morning. We will see a pretty decent warm-up by midday today, despite a little bit of a northwesterly breeze. I think we're above 50 degrees by midday and probably in the low mid-50s by early afternoon. Some gusts into midnight have been kind of impressive, though. We've seen gusts of 30 on the eastern shore, right along the water there in Cambridge. So it has been a breezy overnight period. But despite that, we've got pretty good weather overall on tap today. As we climb into those mid-50s, it is a happy Thanksgiving weather-wise as well for us. It's kind of a sunny, crisp scenario today. A few high, thin clouds are all we see on the satellite. That's about all we're going to see through the rest of the day. Staying clear today and tonight. And then into Friday, I think another clear start. We may see a few clouds at times push in even from the south on Black Friday. It's not going to be much, though. Overall, still another fair weather day, another overall good weather scenario for Friday. The bigger story, probably temperature-wise, on the weather front, as we see mid-50s today. That is an absolute standard statistical normal high temperature for Thanksgiving, by the way, mid-50s. And I think tomorrow, low to mid-50s once again after a cool start in the 30s. So if you're going to early morning sales Black Friday, understand it's going to be a little cold walking out the door. But other than that, a good looking Friday around here. Now, the cool air that's in place right now, the seasonably cool air, we'll call it, about to be replaced by colder air. This front is on the march through Chicago already. It's going to get in here Saturday and hold us down in the low 40s for just about the whole day Saturday. Bounce back a little bit Sunday into Monday before we get another chilly shot on Tuesday. So the trend continues to be colder and also overall dry. Our one chance for precipitation coming late Sunday into early Monday. So travelers flying out late Sunday have to watch for some active weather coming in during the tail end of the weekend. So we'll keep an eye on that. Back to you.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We're taking a live look at your Beltway cameras, and there are no major incidents or delays to report, just smooth sailing out there on the roadways.
Well, holiday shopping can be overwhelming, so Wall Street Journal has some tips on what to watch out for. Industry experts say when it comes to tech and beauty products, Cyber Monday and Black Friday have the best deals. Now, if you're looking for toys or clothes, you may want to wait. According to reports, discounts on those products are most likely to come at the end of the year.
While you may be gearing up for Black Friday and Cyber Monday, small business owners are getting ready for Small Business Saturday. According to an American Express survey, 55% of business owners expect a significant share of their holiday profits to come this weekend. And over the past 13 years, the survey says consumers have spent nearly $184 billion on Small Business Saturday. Best Buy is among a few retailers expecting a drop in holiday revenue this year. Lowe's, Kohl's, and Best Buy all reported a decline in sales during their most recent quarter. And going into the holidays, they're forecasting revenue to not quite hit the high of a year ago. Last year, sales spiked by 14% and grew by 5% from the previous year. As to why they think a drop is coming, retailers believe shoppers will be more cautious due to recovering inflation and high interest rates.
Well, some good news for those filling up at the pump this holiday weekend. Gas prices are expected to fall after a 4% plunge in oil prices. The drop comes after an upcoming meeting on the biggest oil products nations was delayed, but OPEC were expected to discuss potential cuts to global supply, but the meeting was suddenly postponed until November 30th. Brent crude, a global benchmark for oil, fell $79 a barrel. and West Texas Intermediate crude dropped to $75. So some experts say the sudden drop in prices may indicate some disagreement between OPEC member nations. At the top of the hour, we're taking a look at your holiday travel plans. Stick around for the latest and some tips if you're setting out this morning.
Now, we told you about Thanksgiving ice cream. Now get ready to take it to the next level, where you can get this classic Italian dish with an American twist. Speaking of Italy, here's another thing Italians do best.
Ooh, the coffee. It's time for our coffee.
Well, have you heard of Thanksgiving pizza? One business in Rhode Island has a special pie with all of the holiday fixings.
And get this, it's only available the day before Thanksgiving. Nick DeVito with our affiliate in Rhode Island caught up with the customers who say it's well worth the hype.
We've been started about 16 years. Started off as kind of like something fun to do with just small, and then it just kept snowballing into this.
You have a happy Thanksgiving. It's definitely worth it. Being out here, the cold, the rain, after being up all night working. Believe me, it's worth it.
It's not too bad. It's moving pretty quick though.
I've been doing this about 10 years now.
We've been doing this for a decade.
For the Thanksgiving pizza every year.
It's turkey, mashed potatoes, stuffing, gravy, and it comes with sides of cranberry.
62. That's your cranberry.
We were trying to go online and order something, it was too late already.
But they weren't any left by like 12. August. In September.
We always start pre-ordering the first day of fall. Usually it's September 22nd or so. We actually had one lady cry because we had already sold out.
That's why it was really important to be #1.
If you haven't had it, I would come down, try it. It tastes great.
This is the best pie you're gonna get in Providence.
Anybody that has the Thanksgiving pizza, Take their word for it.
You will not regret it. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone!
Well, the warmer weather is here just in time for us to celebrate Turkey Day. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart has more on what we can expect this afternoon as well as this weekend. It's 7:57. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. We are taking you into the news right now on Fox 45 Morning News.
It's 8 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
Parents, attorneys, and law enforcement say current juvenile justice laws are not working and are pleading for change. But other lawmakers say they should stay in place. Topping our next half hour, why they want to give it more time.
Plus, Big Gaddy is hosting its 42nd annual Thanksgiving dinner. Just ahead, we're going to take you live to Cherry Hill to show you the preparations underway.
And no matter if you're hitting the roads or the skies, AAA expects this to be the busiest holiday travel season in years. Coming up, just how many people are expected to travel 50 miles or more from home.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
It is Thanksgiving, and Fox 45 News is tracking your forecast and your traffic. Plus, we're letting you know more about your holiday travel plans and how they could be impacted by flight delays or cancellations here in Baltimore and elsewhere across the country.
You are taking live looks at the inner harbors and some of our Beltway cameras across the region and our Weather Authority HD radar. And you are also taking live looks at Hartfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. And in the center of your screen is Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C., where we will continue to monitor if your holiday travel plans may be impacted all morning long right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for being here on this Thursday, November 23rd. I'm Shannon Lilly, and it is Thanksgiving.
It is Thanksgiving. I'm Taylor Stewart, but you know what? It's crazy. People are already starting to think about Christmas and shopping.
Hey, that probably started after Halloween.
That is so true. That is so true. But the good news is here, we've got meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with a look at not only what we're expecting today, but into that Black Friday shopping.
Yeah, Taylor, Shannon, I mean, crystal clear, right? We had great travel weather yesterday. Now for Thanksgiving, more good weather. That's great news for everyone headed outside today. And I think we're going to keep it going at least into Black Friday before we see a shift on the temperature front. We've got 47 now in the city, 45 in Easton and 41 in Westminster. A light northwest breeze out there. It's a little bit of a brisk start this morning with that breeze. But these numbers are going to bounce up today under a lot of sunshine. There's just not much cloud cover to be found anywhere across the mid-Atlantic region. So we're set for a mostly sunny scenario today, and a day where the temps will be up in those mid-50s out there. Great weather for all those, backyard ball games and getting the kids outside a little bit before you have the big meal, right? We'll talk much more about the trend for Travel Sunday. Some changes there. They're coming up.
All right, let's go ahead and check your Lynn Stoller traffic network with no incidents to report. You're looking live with the Baltimore regional cameras here, and not very many cars out on the roads. Now to your holiday travel. No matter whether you're hitting the roads or you're flying this year, AAA says this will be one of their busiest holiday travel seasons in years.
More than 55 million Americans are expected to travel 50 miles or more from home over the Thanksgiving holiday travel period. Now taking you live to I-95 right here in Maryland, where holiday travelers just consumed the roads earlier this week. Right now, though, look at that. Things are very calm. It's a different sight than the thousands of cars that took the road yesterday.
All right, now we're taking you to BWI Airport yesterday morning as thousands of people hopped on flights. But if you're traveling this morning in or out of BWI, FlightAware is tracking 3 delays, no cancellations to speak of. Nationwide, we're tracking over 200 delays and 250 delays now, that's up to, and 5 cancellations. Today, Bugatti, though, they're hosting their 42nd annual Thanksgiving dinner. For years, it's been held at the Patterson Park Recreation Center, but this year it's going to be at a new location.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with more on that, as these preparations are very much underway for this event. They've got a lot of work to do, Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, Shannon and Taylor. Happy Thanksgiving. And they certainly do have a lot of work to do. They're doing it right now. Preparations are well underway, and they have been for about 2 hours. We're actually in the kitchen here at the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center, and you can see the volunteers here are preparing the food. This is Adrienne Finley, a volunteer here. Hi, Adrienne.
Hi, how are you?
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, so I know you're busy, so we'll let you kind of talk while you're preparing the food here, but just run us through the process, what you're doing here now.
Okay, so my club, the Black Tigers Motorcycle Club of Baltimore, we have a crew in the can room where they're bagging canned goods for people to take once they finish eating. Okay. And then the crew in here is opening up the cans. We're putting 16 cans of corn in the pan. Torek is covering it up, and then they're moving it, transferring it over to the oven, and it will get warm and cook in the oven.
And quite the process, but you guys have to work fast too,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And tell us about just like the time here, because people, and the meal starts at 11, right?
Yes, exactly. So we've been here, people been here since 6 this morning. We started, like I said, we started in bagging up the canned goods because they want to be able to give people some canned goods to go home with. So we started that process, and then we came in as a group in the kitchen to get started on the things here. We did the cranberry sauce already, had some of my members to do some of that, and then we're doing the cans of the corn now. So
absolutely. And is this your first year volunteering?
Oh no, we've been, let's see, our club started in '96. Wow. And we've been going down to the Bugatti shelter that was at Patterson. Yep. And so we started there at least 20 years ago. We were there. It's something that we do every year. Our motorcycle club usually do an anniversary party where we're collecting the canned goods and we're donating them to the Bugatti shelter. And so what we always do at the end of that event, the anniversary, it will always fall. It would have been last weekend. So the Thanksgiving Day is when we all come. We donate our time, our muscles, because we're moving all this stuff around. And we have people driving the vehicles to take food from, here to another location. So it's a whole team effort.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are doing great work, and what a great way to start your Thanksgiving morning.
Yes.
Thank you so much for speaking with us. We'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
All right, I'll send it back to you, Taylor and Shannon.
Next, right.
All right, Olivia, thanks so much. Just a massive effort there and such important work. We want to see how you are celebrating Thanksgiving today. Send us your favorite Turkey Day photos and videos through chime in at foxbaltimore.com or on the WBFF app.
Okay, meantime, a famous insurance agency is now weighing in on a hot topic of cooking safety this holiday season.
State Farm Insurance is joining the government and nonprofit organizations to warn chefs at home on what precautions to take. State Farm says it paid more than $196 million for grease or cooking fires claims last year. While turkey frying is one of the biggest dangers during the holiday season, the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission says unattended cooking is actually the #1 cause of house fires. Coming up, a change in shipping costs coming to USPS. Stay tuned for the proposed price and why it's coming.
And we're taking you live to New York City as preparations are underway for the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Stick around for a preview. We've got more after the break.
And clear skies across the East Coast, great travel weather, and a nice warm-up for this Thanksgiving Thursday. We'll talk about how temperatures will dive much cooler, though, by Saturday. That's coming up.
Making headlines this morning after the holiday rush, it'll soon cost more to send a package via the U.S. Postal Service. USPS says the changes include Ground Advantage Priority Mail and Priority Mail Express. Their prices are going up just over 5% starting January 21st. For those non-shipping changes, it first needs approval from the Postal Regulatory Commission. Earlier this month, the Postmaster General announced a net income loss of $6.5 billion for the fiscal year. That's despite a 2-cent increase in the cost of forever stamps in July.
All right, we're taking you live to New York City, where the additional security measures are being added for the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade because of the rising tension in the Middle East. Thousands of families will travel to New York for the 97th annual event, featuring giant balloons, floats, and all-star performances. Mayor Eric Adams says the NYPD is closely monitoring safety in the city.
We've already had enhanced security because of the holiday, and we don't see any nexus between the incident there and here in New York City.
City and state law enforcement officials stress that in recent days, there have been no credible threats to the parade or holiday travel.
Gas prices are trending down heading into the weekend. Just ahead, everything you need to know before hitting the roads for your Thanksgiving travels.
And we're looking at your turkey bill. Up next, the cost of Thanksgiving in years past. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is time to get cooking, but you probably already know you dished out some serious cash for this Thanksgiving meal. Veronica Nye is the senior economist with the American Farm Bureau Federation, and she is joining us this morning. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Same to you.
All right, so let's talk about how much this Thanksgiving meal is costing us, because some things cost more, some things cost less this year. So where do we stand overall?
Overall, our shoppers found that for a meal for 10 people this year, it was going to cost you $61.17, which was a 4.5% reduction from last year. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that compared to pre-pandemic levels back in 2019, we're still up 25% compared to just a few years ago.
Wow. But when I hear $61 to feed 10 people, I'm thinking that's probably still a pretty good deal. So let's talk about the breakdown, though. What costs more this year? Where does the turkey fall? Because, that's the mainstay today.
Indeed, the bird is the main element, right? So about 45% of the cost of the Thanksgiving dinner is attributable to the cost of turkey. And this year, our shoppers found that turkey, a 16-pound bird, was about 5.6% less than what it cost last year. That's fantastic. And largely that's because in 2022 we had a fairly significant outbreak of high path avian influenza, which reduced turkey supply fairly significantly. This year, we didn't have nearly as many cases, and so there are just more supply of turkeys on the market, which helped bring the cost down for consumers.
All right, so where we saw some costs go up, is that in the sides? Because, you know, some people, they skip the turkey altogether. They're all about the Thanksgiving sides. So what did we pay for those?
If you are a pumpkin pie connoisseur like I am, you're going to notice that the filling for your pumpkin pie is up a little bit compared to last year, about 3.8%. That's because most processing pumpkins, which is what we find in the grocery store, in those cans, it happens in Illinois. And there was some weather variability in Illinois this year, which led to some supply issues. But it's not just the pumpkin, right? We have the crust and the whipping cream that all go into that pie. When you add it all up, actually a small reduction this year relative to last year. But so we saw a little bit of an increase there. But thinking about cranberries, we saw that is an important side dish, of course, for Thanksgiving. An 18% reduction this year compared to last year. So
there we go. It all balances it out.
That's right. Just load up on some of those side dishes that are a little more cost effective.
All right. Well, Veronica, thank you so much. And now I've got to get back to tending the food to get it out on the table. And we're going to enjoy just the family time and being with our loved ones, no matter what the cost.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much. You enjoy your day.
Thank you. You too.
Well, small business owners are gearing up for the biggest shopping weekend of the holiday season. Now, while retail giants like Amazon and Walmart hope for big profits on Black Friday, the less heralded Small Business Saturday is looking to continue its winning streak. According to a new American Express survey of small business owners, 55% anticipate Small Business Saturday will make a significant contribution to their overall holiday sales this year. Over the past 13 years, the company says consumers have reported spending nearly $184 billion during Small Business Saturday. All right, well, this morning, Fox 45 is tracking your Thanksgiving forecast all morning long. On the left here, a live look at our Weather Authority HD radar, and good news for you, not a weather maker in sight. Then on the right, a look at the Bay Bridge as traffic continues to move very smoothly. And then you're looking over the Inner Harbor. Let's all go ahead and bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with a look at what we can see later today in this forecast. Good morning, Wyatt.
Hey, Taylor. Yeah, I mean, it's a crystal clear start for our Thanksgiving Thursday. We like that. And I think more of the same as we work through the day. A nice warm up, too. We can get out of these low 40s that we're in now, 45 now, BWI to be specific, on a northwest breeze, and we're going to warm these up into like the mid 50s today, which is pretty statistically average for this part of November for Maryland and for the Baltimore area. Low mid 40s now, 41 in Towson, 45 in the city. Northwesterly breeze today, that kind of also keeping things on the cooler side, at least early this morning. But you notice as we work through the day, we're climbing into the 50s, and by this afternoon, mid 50s. So all those, like neighborhood versus neighborhood, backyard football brawls, every year. You got to have the battle of the neighborhoods. It looks great outdoors for that. Or maybe you're dropping the turkey in the fryer. Just a sunny, crisp day for all your outdoor activities on this Thanksgiving. It's a sunny scenario throughout the course of the day. I don't think we'll see much in the way of cloud cover, just a few passing clouds at times. Better chance for a few more clouds in here on Black Friday. A little system passing to our south may bring in a few clouds, but I still think an overall bright day on Black Friday as well. It'll be a cold start, though, so you'll want to dress warm as you go out for those early shopping trips on Friday. And you see the numbers this morning warming up nicely from the 40s to the mid 50s. Again, on Black Friday, starting out in the 30s. So it's a cold start for all those daybreak trips to get that first 100 television sets for really cheap or something like that. But as we go through the afternoon hours back into the 50s on Friday. Now, after that, we've got colder air building across the upper Midwest that's going to sweep in for Saturday. That's going to drop our number. So cool and dry for Thanksgiving Day, for Black Friday, but that colder air is on the march, already edging its way into Chicagoland now, and that colder air getting in here as we go into Saturday. So most of Saturday, tough to get out of the low 40s. Bouncing back a little bit, though, Sunday into Monday before we get another cold shot on Tuesday. In terms of active weather for travelers, this is where we're watching late day Sunday afternoon and evening, the chance for some showers with our next weather maker in the early Monday morning. So we'll be tracking that carefully. Obviously, Sunday biggest travel day of the year. Late travelers Sunday maybe could have a few issues with flights going out of the Mid-Atlantic. We'll be tracking that closely. You can always get the latest 24/7, of course, foxbaltimore.com. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Wyatt. Let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network. There are no major incidents to report. You're taking a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard, the quietest I've seen it on a Thursday in a while. All right, now a live look from our traffic photojournalist in Nottingham, going south towards, on 95 towards White Marsh. Not even many cars out there this morning. The good news is, though, if you're traveling to see family today, gas prices have steadily been dropping over the past month. The national average is at $3.28 a gallon. That's down 27 cents from a month ago. Maryland's average gallon is about $3.28. And it's not just the food you have to look forward to on Thanksgiving. This Turkey Day, we've got games all day long. Stick with us for all the matchups and kickoff times just ahead. And after the break, a Goodwill Thanksgiving, the 66th annual event and the services it provides. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Goodwill hosted a dinner and a resource fair for people that don't have a place to go this Thanksgiving. Yesterday was the 66th annual event connecting people with jobs and health opportunities, as well as dishing out some home-cooked meals. Organizers say it's important to keep a giving spirit this holiday season.
We help connect people with resources that they may need, whether it's housing or substance abuse or domestic violence or mental health or even health insurance.
In the beginning, we all made mistakes with actions, unwanted, right? And although a lot of our gifts was never a question, I still believe that we lacked a lot of tools that we needed to help us overcome things. So like being with Building People, the program that I'm currently with, right, has actually saved my life.
Mayor Scott was also in attendance, speaking to volunteers and helping out with food service. Taking a live look now at Towson and the Inner Harbor just after the break. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart times out your feast day forecast.
Since it's Thanksgiving, that means it's almost time for the annual Be Gaddy Thanksgiving dinner. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll be speaking with a volunteer as preparations are well underway. You're watching at Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
This morning on Fox 45 Morning News, we are tracking your Thanksgiving Day forecast, your holiday travel plans all morning long. We're taking live looks at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, where many people are taking off for some last-minute flights, arriving to their holiday destination bright and early.
We are also looking live at the Bay Bridge, where traffic is looking encouraging for travelers right now with very light volume. You see barely any cars out there if you're heading out for any last-minute travel plans.
That is right. Well, good morning to you. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Shannon Lilly. And we have another great morning as far as weather-wise. We need to bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. It's a great day to have a holiday.
Shannon, fantastic. I mean, clear weather, right? We've got the sunshine on tap today, and temperatures are like kind of normal for Thanksgiving. You know, mid-50s later today. That's like right down the line statistical average for Baltimore on Thanksgiving Day. Let's take a look at it here. Big picture. You can see a clear weather for all the East Coast. Wherever your travels take you up and down the eastern seaboard, you're good. Unless you're going like way up north toward Nova Scotia, Canada. They got some rain in that direction. None of that here. We're talking clear skies. We're talking 40s. And we're talking about a beautiful Thanksgiving Day that will kind of hold up into our Black Friday as well, it looks like. Widespread upper 40s now. Again, there's no real shift in the weather imminent until Saturday. You can't see it on the map, but there is colder air on the march. So enjoy these 50s that we'll find later on today. Great weather for deep frying the turkey, that kind of thing, because as we go into tomorrow, and particularly into Saturday, these numbers do trend much cooler. We'll tell you exactly just how much colder we'll be by Saturday in just a couple more minutes. Back to you.
All right, so we'll enjoy it while we can. Thanks, Wyatt. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We are looking live at some cameras across the Baltimore region, and everything is looking clear. We are just about 7 weeks out from next year's legislative session.
And right now, lawmakers remain split on how to address juvenile violence in Maryland.
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the kind of the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted.
This divide is coming as Fox 45 News continues to hear from parents, police, and prosecutors frustrated with the lack of accountability for young people.
A Montgomery County lawmaker is calling for patience as others say the state just cannot wait. Senator Will Smith, the chair of the powerful Senate Judiciary Proceedings Committee, says change takes time.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the kind of the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted. I, for one, am not interested in rolling back the reforms that we put in place last year.
Now, in response to Senator Smith's latest comments, Rich Gibson, state's attorney in Howard County and president of the Maryland State's Attorney Association, says Senator Smith has, quote, indicated he is willing to work with the prosecutors to draft tweaks to the existing law. For some leaders, comments from the leader of the Department of Juvenile Services claiming juvenile crime and incarceration is down is creating more frustration than solutions.
My real concern is that there continues to be, at least to a small degree, some downplaying of the nature of the problem.
The statements of the secretary about the falling numbers in terms of juvenile crime that's not what we've seen here in Montgomery County.
With conversations continuing on how to tackle the juvenile crime crisis in Maryland, Democratic leadership claim major changes to the current laws are not likely. Governor Wes Moore says he's going to roll out a juvenile crime plan, but the public has not yet seen it. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott has been a vocal critic of the Department of Juvenile Services for months now. He says it's a broken system that needs to be rebuilt.
We have to build a juvenile justice system that works from the ground up. Every single portion of it has to be looked at. I've been talking about that for years now, as you know.
Well, the mayor's comments come as DJS faces questions surrounding multiple violent incidents in Baltimore. Two of the suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting were wearing ankle monitors and under DJS supervision at the time of the shooting. DJS says they have 14 staff members monitoring more than 100 young people on ankle monitors. And earlier this month in Butchers Hill, a 12 and 14-year-old were caught here on camera allegedly beating a woman and trying to steal her car. They were released after only 2 hours, prompting a letter from Councilman Z. Cohen and other lawmakers to both Baltimore Police and DJS.
It is not acceptable for the victim. It is not acceptable for the general public. And it's also not acceptable for those young people. They need to be held accountable. Our ask for Secretary Schiraldi and Commissioner Worley is work together in collaboration, no finger pointing. The police department, the Department of Juvenile Services need to be on the same page.
That brings us to our question of the day. If lawmakers don't address juvenile crime, will you support them next November? So far, 98% of people who have voted say no. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
State Republicans pushed to change 2 juvenile crime laws, but were not successful.
Lawmakers did not pass the Violent Firearms Offender Act, which Republicans plan to reintroduce next session. The state legislature passed Senate Bill 1, though, that limits where legal gun owners can bring their firearms in public.
Critics argued the state was regulating legal gun owners instead of people illegally possessing guns. Now, some state lawmakers are commending a ruling from the Maryland Court of Appeals calling the state's handgun license law unconstitutional.
It was ridiculous when they passed it. It did absolutely nothing to deal with crime in our state. And the only thing it accomplished was it created this massive hurdle for otherwise law-abiding citizens to own a firearm.
President Bill Ferguson, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott, and other Democrats opposed the decision. They argue it will lead to more gun violence and firearm-related deaths.
A new location for the 42nd Be Gaddy Thanksgiving dinner. After the break, the latest on the event and all the preparations that are right now underway.
And we're taking a live look at the Baltimore Harbor and Towson as meteorologist Wyatt Everhart tracks everything you need to know before you head out this Thanksgiving.
It is 8:36 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning.
But before we head to the break, a live look over the Bay Bridge. Everything moving smoothly this hour. Stick with us here. We'll be right back.
All right, good morning, everyone. Wyatt Everett here. We're looking at a clear start to this Thanksgiving Thursday. Enjoy the clear skies and good weather. Cool, colder air is on the march, but it doesn't get in here until Saturday. So you've got another nice day in the 50s as we look at your Black Friday as well. But get ready for colder stuff coming in for starting off the weekend on Saturday. Back to you guys.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Today, Be Gaddy is hosting its 42nd annual Thanksgiving dinner.
And for years, it's been held at the Patterson Park Recreation Center, but the annual event is going to be at a new location this year.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with more on that, as these preparations have been underway for some time now. Olivia?
Yeah, hey Shannon and Taylor, happy Thanksgiving. We're actually inside the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center. This is the new location for this year. Preparations well underway. We're going to talk about that in just a second, but first I want to go ahead and bring in Noel. He's one of the volunteers here, but you're also with the Prince Hall Grand Lodge, so thank you so much for joining us.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, I know we actually spoke to you last year, so this is not your first year doing this. Why do you keep coming back and volunteering? Obviously such a great cause.
Well, when it comes to our community is our hallmark. It's our responsibility to do what we can to make a difference for those individuals that's within our community that's less fortunate.
Yeah.
So we take the opportunity to come out, which commensurate with our mission, our vision, our goals, our objectives for Maryland as a whole. And this is a perfect opportunity to support those that's in our community.
And you guys are one of the sponsors as well.
Absolutely. We are a sponsor, the Most Worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge. We collaborate with B. Gaddy Foundation to support this particular effort each year.
And our photographer Ben is showing the food over there. They're putting food into boxes. Tell us about what's happening, because I know that this room is where people actually come in and eat the meal.
Exactly. So basically what they're doing is they're packaging the food, so when individuals come in, these individuals, they can actually sit down within this space and engage in a meal. You know, it makes so much of a difference, because again, instead of giving an individual a package, then they go out into the streets, they can actually eat here as well. So that makes a difference.
It's It's incredible, and the meal will start being served at 11. Soon we expect people to start lining up.
That's correct.
But I really appreciate you speaking with me, and such a great cause. I'm happy to see you here again.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, for now reporting live in Cherry Hill, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thanks, Olivia. One of the big things we need to think about when holiday shopping is the shipping. Just ahead, what retailers and grocery stores are doing to prepare for all of the holiday chaos.
And speaking of holiday shopping, Cyber Monday has become one of the top shopping days of the year. After the break, how you can avoid getting scammed when buying your holiday gifts. It's 8:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
One of the big things we need to think about when holiday shopping is the shipping. Ravi Srinivasan is a professor of operations management at Loyola's Selinger School of Business, and he's joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't often think about the shipping. I just expect it to show up when I want it to. But, you know, everybody's going to be thinking about Black Friday shopping tomorrow. What do we think about? Should we go stand in the line? Should I just wait for it to show up in my house because I ordered it online? What do you do?
Yeah, it's now customers have a lot of choice.
Yes.
So if this is your family thing, you could go stand in line out there.
Not going to do that.
But for majority of retailers, they have the online option available. You could order online. It gets delivered to your home. It gets delivered to the store. You could go pick it up. You could do curbside pickup. Right. You have all of these choices available.
So, okay, we have a game plan when we go out to do our shopping. We know what we want. We know which stores we're going to. But I don't often stop to think about what the stores do to game plan and gear up. So what are they thinking about when they know we're all coming?
Absolutely, because for the stores, for the retailers, October, November, December ends up being the most popular months, if you will. So they have to gear up everything in July.
Okay.
Because that's how long it takes. So if there are products that are made in China, as an example, or Vietnam, or Bangladesh, other places, you have to place orders that has to be shipped in, and you have to get it to the store at the right place at the right time so that customers like you and I
Right.
can go and shop there.
So they have to know what we want, buy enough of those. And we're hearing that some stores may be overstocked this season. So does that mean we're going to get a good deal because they have too much of it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's one of the things that I've been reading up a lot is what happened around COVID time. There's a lot of inventory that was up and down all over. 2022 had a lot of inventory, and this year is supposed to be one of those where everything is supposed to be good, but
Right.
that does not seem to be happening. And that's why you see more and more emails and other that you get where you have 20% off or a 40% off
Right.
deal. So just look for those deals.
Okay, so now that we've gotten what we want and we're waiting for it to come to our house because we have it shipped. The other thing to think about is shipping, and we don't often think about that. You know, you buy something, you're like, oh, it'll be here in 2 days. But what are they doing to gear up for that?
Absolutely, because this is where companies like Amazon or UPS or FedEx, there's so many orders that come in around that time, so they have to have more people. So they're going to hire a whole bunch of people out there. Right. Especially you will see that around October, November, December, they're gearing up, and now you have one of the reports I've read was Amazon is planning on hiring about 250,000 people just for the holidays.
And that makes sense because I feel like they show up to my house every day, is what my husband would say. They don't really, but that's what he says. All right, well, now you know you can be prepared for all your shopping. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Speaking of shopping, the Monday following Black Friday, known as Cyber Monday, has become one of the top shopping days of the year. But online shopping comes with risks. Scams that steal your money, personal information, or even download viruses onto your computer have never been more prevalent. Fox 45 News spoke with the Better Business Bureau about what you need to know to protect yourself.
Make sure that you type the URL correctly because a lot of scammers will impersonate a website by using Target with 2 T's or Best Buy with 2 B's.
Okay.
So check your URL.
Another one I thought was really good that I wouldn't have necessarily thought about because it's just usually that way, but you say keep your antivirus software up to date. Now's a really good time for that.
Perfect time. It's a way to notify you if you land on a website that's not secure. That kind of software can help notify you if you're on a bad website.
Now, even if you're not shopping, make sure you're on high alert. Many scammers will reach out to you with emails or calls claiming to deliver a gift in exchange for personal information. It is always best to hang up and contact companies directly before you give out any information. 8:49 now, and it's time to get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with a look at your holiday forecast, and it's looking nice. What about the rest of the weekend, though?
Beautiful start, and I think good through about maybe Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening in terms of dry weather. So we keep most of the weekend is looking good, Shannon. And right now we got good flying conditions at BWI. Anyone with an early bird flight, just waited to travel until Thanksgiving morning. Good travel weather here, good takeoff weather at the airport as well. Low 40s across the area. That's going to kind of continue to be the case for another hour or two, but we'll bounce into the 50s as we work through the day. Only thing holding us back a little bit is a cool northwesterly breeze. So it's a little brisk out there this morning, but nonetheless, we're looking good here into the 50s by afternoon. So great weather for, again, all the backyard football games. Dropping the turkey in the fryer, you're doing a little grilling out today, whatever it's going to be. We're looking good weather-wise on your Thanksgiving Day is the bottom line. A few fair weather clouds, that's really it. And I think we're going to stay dry and high and dry and clear really for the next 48 hours to 72 hours. You can see just a couple of clouds might sneak in from the south on our Black Friday, but even there we're staying totally dry. And another day where we should make just above 50 degrees for high temperatures. That will change. Temperatures become kind of a story as we go from Friday night into Saturday. I mean, today, fine, mid-50s. Similar scenario Black Friday afternoon as we go from 30s for early morning shoppers. It will be chilly, but in the afternoon, low 50s. After that, though, we get this colder air poised northwest of us. It's going to take a dive into Maryland and the mid-Atlantic. And so as this front punches in, we will see colder numbers. In fact, probably tough to get out of the low 40s. Low 40s on Saturday. So much cooler day there to start off the official weekend. Bouncing back low 50s Sunday, Monday, then another cold shot coming in Tuesday. So we see kind of a theme here, more cold shots as we get into late November, And pushing toward the first days of December here and finding more 40s on tap. Best chance for rain again late day Sunday. So if you're traveling, flying out late Sunday, keep an eye on the weather. There could be some light impacts there with rain to finish out the tail end of the weekend. Back to you.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Now to the Lens Solar Traffic Network. We are taking a live look over Ruxton Road and Charles Street this morning, where we are continuing to see light volume and no incidents to report. This week, we have a lot of sports programming happening right here on Fox 45. Starting with the games you can catch right here this Thanksgiving. NFL Sunday will start at 10:30 this morning. Then at 12:30, watch the Green Bay Packers head to Detroit to take on the Lions. Then stick around for a Saturday showdown in Washington. At 4 p.m., the Washington State Cougars head to Husky Stadium to take on the undefeated Washington Huskies for the Apple Club. Then to round out college football on Fox 45, Iowa State and Kansas State kick off at 8 p.m. in Kansas. Well, if you got a great price for your Thanksgiving turkey, count your blessings. Just ahead, why one person is saying someone bought the BMW of turkeys. But before we head to the break, here is a live look over the Bay Bridge. That's not the Bay Bridge. There it is. Everything moving smoothly at this hour. And if you are one of those hitting the roads for last-minute holiday travel, how about some caffeine to wake you up? It's time for a coffee break. Well, if you got a great price for your Thanksgiving turkey, count your blessings. In one place, they're doing that too, and they are counting the cost. A shopper snapped a pic for social media of a 16-pound turkey at a market in Los Angeles. The price, about $188. One social media user responded saying, "This is like the BMW of turkeys." The Farm Bureau says a 16-pound bird will run you about $27.35 this year on average. That's around $1.71 a pound. That's actually 5.6% less than this time last year. Now, if you want to skip out on cooking this Turkey Day, you'll be thankful that these restaurants will remain open. Cracker Barrel and Golden Corral locations will be serving turkey dinners. But if you're not a fan of the traditional Thanksgiving meal, pizza chains like Domino's, Papa John's, and Pizza Hut will be open, just like many fast food chains like McDonald's, Taco Bell, and Burger King. Just be prepared, some locations might be running on holiday hours. After the holiday rush, it'll soon cost more to send a package through the mail. USPS says prices to ship are going up more than 5% in January. The service also wants to increase the cost of forever stamps from 66 to 68 cents, and it wants to adjust prices for post office box rental, international mail, and special services. Now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
You know, after a long day at work, I just love to come home and sit and relax. And in my house, we use the Calming Heat XXL for so many reasons. I love this heating pad, especially for its size and its weight. It doesn't move all around. It doesn't slip off those little ones that just fall here and there. It stays put. And it has 12 settings, 27 combinations of heat and massage. So you can really find what works best for you. And I love that you can even, this is me, fall asleep with it on because it has a 2-hour cutoff. So you don't have to worry about turning it off once you've dozed off. You can just fall asleep and feel comfortable. And it has massaging vibrations and heat absorbing that really helps evenly distribute the heat. And I like to use it sometimes on my neck and shoulders after a long, hard day. And my daughters love it. We bring this out during those monthly cramps, you know those. And it's also great to keep you and stay cozy as it gets colder. I just love to watch TV with this. And it's a great gift because everyone can benefit from it. And right now, we're offering 30% off on the Calming Heat XXL. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer, and it goes fast, so get it.
Since it's Thanksgiving, that means it's almost time for the 42nd annual Be Gaddy Thanksgiving Dinner. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Cherry Hill, where we will speak with a volunteer as preparations, you can see, are already well underway.
And we're keeping an eye on the roads as we track your Turkey Day travel around the area.
I'm Wyatt Everhart. We've got a clear setup from Maryland all up and down the East Coast, but will it hold up throughout the holiday weekend? We'll have those details straight ahead on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Happy Thanksgiving. It is Thursday, November 23rd. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and it's going to be a good day, Baltimore, because our meteorologist, Wyatt Everhart, is going to let us know why our Turkey Day is going to be an easy one spent possibly outdoors, throwing that hacky sack around, I don't know, walking off from the relatives who have bad attitudes. Let us know.
You got to get a little exercise in before the big feast right later today. So, yeah, I mean, throwing around the football, throwing around the Frisbee, walking the dogs. We're looking great outside right now. Just a clear sky. Also, early day travelers. I mean, not just on the road to Grandma's house, but you're flying out today. You got a clear hop weather-wise. Upper 40s now, on our way to the 50s, though. But right now, we're still hovering in those upper 40s. A little bit of a chilly northwest breeze coming in, but we're talking completely clear conditions wherever your travels take you today, from Philly down to Richmond and all the way west out to West Virginia and beyond. We're clear. Mid-50s today. Nice-looking fall day of weather. And Black Friday, I think you're going to like that forecast, too. Some changes by Saturday in terms of temperature and by Sunday in terms of potential rain. So there may be a travel impact there. We'll have all those details coming up.
Thanks, Wyatt. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We are taking a live look over Ruxton Road and Charles Street this morning. Everything is looking clear. Barely any cars on the road. Breaking overnight, Maryland State Police are investigating a Baltimore County fatal 4-vehicle crash. It happened yesterday afternoon along 795 just before Westminster Pike. The incident began on the southbound side when a Ford F-150 truck rear-ended a Ford F-350. Both trucks then rolled into the grass median and continued onto the northbound lanes. That's when the F-350 truck crashed head-on into a Toyota RAV4. That driver was pronounced dead on the scene. The fourth vehicle involved was a Toyota Corolla. It crashed into debris from the other crash. The original cause of this crash remains under investigation.
Speaking of holiday travel, no matter whether you're on the roads or you're heading to the skies, AAA expects this to be the busiest holiday travel season it's seen in years.
More than 55 million Americans are expected to travel 50 miles or more from home over the Thanksgiving holiday travel period. And now we want to take you live to I-95 right here in Maryland, where holiday travelers consumed the roads earlier this week. Right now, though, things are looking relatively calm. It's a different sight than the thousands of cars that took to the road yesterday.
All right, now taking a look at your screen from BWI Airport. This was yesterday morning. Thousands of people there hopped on flights.
And today, Be Gaddy is hosting its 42nd annual Thanksgiving dinner. For years, it has been held at the Patterson Park Recreation Center, but this year it's going to be happening at a new location.
And that's where Olivia Dance joins us live from now as she shares more of the preparations that are underway.
Well, good morning, Shannon and Taylor, and happy Thanksgiving. And the new location for this year is actually at the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center here in Cherry Hill. We're just outside, and right now I actually have Phil Goodwin. He's a staff member at Be Gaddy. Good morning.
Good morning, Olivia. How are you today?
Good to see you again. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm
Likewise.
doing good. So we're outside because you're going to run us through the flow. I know people aren't lining up yet, but soon buses are going to take people here to Cherry Hill, and they're going to line up just behind us, right?
Excellent. Yes. The buses will come in. Our guests will come in for their lunch. They'll come inside here. They're going to get some food. They're going to get some other stuff. They're also going to get a whole bunch of clothes. We have a whole bunch of clothes that were donated. The donations come to us, and then they go right to the people that need them. I think that's a beautiful part of this program.
All right, so we're going to go inside, and you're going to show us the setup because the tables are already up and ready to go. You guys just need people to come and get ready to eat. But I know that last year you guys, it's amazing when you think about the numbers, 40 to 50,000 meals served.
40 to 50,000 meals. Can you imagine what that's like?
Crazy.
That fills up a whole refrigerated truck full of canned food.
It's incredible. Is that the goal this year? Do you guys think you'll be able to meet it?
The goal is the same good. I think that we're probably not going to meet it as much this year. Why? We did not get the donations that we need.
Okay.
That's a lot of food, and then money is tight, and people were not able to give as much as they have in previous years.
So how can people help? Because obviously this is an annual thing. So you guys are already looking ahead?
We are looking for the donations for next year.
Wow.
Right. They can be dropped off at the center, at the Be Gaddy Center at 425 North Chester Street, and then that helps us to prepare for things like today. A lot of food is required, and we did not get enough.
Absolutely, and I know that you volunteer with Be Gaddy year-round. This is important to you. Why is it so important to you, especially this event?
People are hungry every day, right? I eat every day, and so do our guests. And this is important to me because it's important to give back to others to help society. We lift each other up. A rising tide lifts everybody up, lifts every boat. When we do together, when we volunteer and do things for others, for good reasons that are not motivated by self, but motivated by community. We lift the community, we improve the community. Hey, we got a bad rap nationwide. Let's change it. I'm trying to do my part to change it. If I can just do a little, if I can feed one person, if I can feed 100 people, maybe even a couple thousand, what does that do? If I can share goodness with other people, it's contagious.
It really
Hopefully,
is.
that goodness can be spread, and then we together can lift the city up.
So well said, and you do amazing work. It's great to see you again and great speaking with you.
I hope to see you again next year.
Absolutely, and happy Thanksgiving. I'll send it back to you, Taylor and Shannon.
All right, Olivia, thank you so much. Those donations just so crucial there. But we want to see how you are celebrating Thanksgiving today. Send us your favorite Turkey Day photos and videos through Chime In at foxbaltimore.com or on the WBFF app. Baltimore teacher Wendy Bozell is entering Baltimore's mayoral race. Yesterday, she laid out her priorities in front of City Hall.
We have great people in Baltimore. I love this city, and I really want to bring us all together so that we can solve the problems of crime. We have vacant homes, we have food insecurity, and the biggest thing is youth violence, and we need to really get that under control.
Bozell is also the president of the Upper Fells Point Improvement Association. She's running as a member of the Maryland Forward Party, which identifies as a new party committed to finding common ground and solving big challenges across the state.
Now, Bozell is one of several candidates running for mayor, but early polling indicates the race will likely come down to Mayor Scott and former Mayor Sheila Dixon. The latest Goucher poll shows 39% of voters would support Dixon in a hypothetical primary, while 27% say they'd back Scott if that election was held today. 23% say they prefer some other candidate, while 8% are undecided.
Elsewhere, a federal appeals court has ruled private citizens can no longer challenge possible voting discrimination in court, known as Section 2 lawsuits. The vast majority of Section 2 cases in the past have been filed by private citizens revolving around the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Now, a federal judge says only the U.S. Justice Department can bring those lawsuits. The decision could ultimately end up in front of the Supreme Court.
The Maryland Supreme Court has declined for now to take up Maryland's Hemp Coalition's lawsuit against the state hemp regulations. The group argues the pot licensing plan created a monopoly and snuffed out hemp retailers. Back in October, after hearing testimony, a judge granted a temporary stop to the enforcement of current cannabis laws in Maryland. This allowed hemp retailers to open their doors and start selling products once again. Hamas and Israel finally reached an agreement to release more hostages that are being held by Hamas.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, what does this deal include?
Well, Hamas has agreed to release 50 hostages in exchange for 150 Palestinians being held in Israeli jails. It also includes a 4-day pause in fighting. Israel's national security director said we likely won't see the pause, though, begin for anyone freed before Friday. The final details of the deal are still being hammered out. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also said the Red Cross would be allowed to visit the hostages during this pause. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken thanked Qatar for brokering the deal.
So, Kayla, the United States is pressing Israel to use this pause to improve the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza. What exactly is the U.S. asking of Israel here?
Yeah, the U.S. is pushing Israel to allow more medical aid into the zone and larger fuel deliveries. They also want the creation of safe areas for civilians. The U.S. and Qatar are also asking for the agreed-upon 4-day pause to be extended if Hamas frees more than the 50 hostages now promised. In anticipation of a pause, the U.S. Agency for International Development has humanitarian aid already set up in Egypt, ready to be delivered at a moment's notice. A top goal from U.S. officials is getting fuel into Gaza to help power the hospitals and to generate electricity for things like sanitation systems. That would help avoid outbreaks of diseases like cholera that would only worsen the already dire situation. Now, Israel is also supposed to allow 200 truckloads a day of medical supplies and food. Israel continues to dismiss the long-term ceasefire options. The Hamas-run Ministry of Health says the death toll has now reached 12,000. More than 40% of those are children.
All right. Thank you, Kayla.
All right, it is 9:09. We need to get one more check of your traffic and weather.
Let's go ahead and begin with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart for a quick check of our forecast. Wyatt, has anything changed out there?
We're still looking good. Still looking great for Thanksgiving Day. I hope the traffic's as clear as the weather is. Clear and cool this morning. Down in the 40s on our way to the 50s. There is a colder shot of air on the march, but that holds off until Saturday. So today we're into the mid-50s. Great outdoor weather. Get the neighborhood football, battle game going on pre-Thanksgiving feast, and we stay nice into Black Friday as well as Saturday. But Saturday, that colder air will make its presence felt. Back to you.
All right, thanks, White. Let's go ahead and check your Lens Solar Traffic Network. A live look now at some of our Baltimore regional cameras. Everything looks very clear this morning.
Coming up, a vehicle explosion near Niagara Falls, the latest on the incident, and more after the break.
And have you finished your Thanksgiving shopping? You're really cutting it close here, where you can get those last-minute items straight ahead. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. We'll be right back with more. Okay, look at this. Security camera footage shows the moment of impact when a vehicle collided with a security booth near Niagara Falls. Now, a large fireball can be seen seconds after this collision. A witness says the vehicle went airborne after driving at a high speed. The Rainbow Bridge and 3 other international crossings between New York and Ontario have been closed out of an abundance of caution.
Now, this is footage of the car as it approaches the Rainbow Bridge. Look at that. If you look at the top of your screen, you can see it speeding before going airborne. Officials say 2 people in the car were killed in the crash and explosion. The investigation into the incident is ongoing. The family of a Georgia man who died after a struggle with Atlanta police is calling for a former police officer to be prosecuted. 62-year-old Johnny Holman died after confrontation with an Atlanta police officer during a traffic stop on August 10th. Newly released body camera video shows Holman struggling with former officer Curran Kimbrough. Moments before, Kimbrough apparently deployed a stun gun on him. Authorities ruled that Kimbrough did not follow protocol during this arrest. He was fired. However, a criminal investigation is ongoing and he has not been charged. Holman's death has been ruled a homicide. All right, it's 9:15 and now it's time to get another check on the forecast.
Let's do so with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart and the gorgeous shot behind him.
Yeah, look, I mean, Good Day Baltimore, right? The name of the show. We got the holiday, good weather, clear traffic.
All a good day.
Living up to our name, right? Clear skies right now, lots of sunshine. It is a chilly start, I will say that. 48 right now, but early flyers out of BWI this morning. Maybe they skipped Wednesday, busy travel day. Said I'll fly out first thing Thanksgiving Day. Good call weather-wise. We've got clear weather at the airport. No problems there in terms of weather. 48 now, currently in Baltimore. 42 Owings Mills, chillier there. 44 in Bel Air. These numbers are going to bounce up as we go in the afternoon in the 50s. It's a bit of a northwest breeze this morning, but overall, even with that, we still find a decent warm-up. Low mid 50s through the middle part of the day. So again, those battle of the neighborhood type, football games, backyard stuff, deep frying the turkey, it all looks good in terms of weather for you today. Not a cloud in the sky, really, other than just a few wisps of high, thin, fair weather clouds. I think that'll be the story the rest of the day and even into early Black Friday. Black Friday will start out clear and cold and maybe a few clouds in the afternoon, but overall the pattern just staying quiet until we get into Saturday. Saturday, some cold air will be marching in for sure. You'll feel that difference. In the meantime, today, look for a decent warm up into the middle 50s. Cold start. Early morning Black Friday shoppers, you got to get to the store first thing to get all the big discounts right before the stuff runs out. You got a cold start there, but then we're back to the low 50s Friday afternoon. After that, the colder air punches in. We've got cool air in place now, but much colder air marches in. It's already edging into Chicago out of Minneapolis. That colder air make its presence felt around here Saturday, never out of the 40s. By the way, our one travel trouble spot, winter storm warnings up here toward Wyoming. So here is the one area where we do have some pretty active weather in the country, winter weather, in fact, but nothing like that for us. I think the next chance for rain will actually not even be till late day Sunday. Chilly Saturday 40s, then moderating toward Sunday and Monday, then colder toward mid next week. And the next chance for precipitation around here is late day Sunday. Of course, Sunday, the biggest travel day of the year statistically, so late flights out Sunday. To watch that potential rain carefully because any weather could create delays with that many planes in the air. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Wyatt. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We are taking a live look at Loch Raven Boulevard, and everything is looking clear. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist. He is in the area of 695, just passing Catonsville. Wide open roads there as well.
All right, up next, do you have everything you need for Thanksgiving? No, everything. Double check. Did you forget that last piece of gravy, that last ingredient? Well, we have everything you need for some tips just after the break.
And some Thanksgiving recalls to be wary of before digging in. All the products to look out for. That is also after the break. It's 9:18. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Thanksgiving's here, and you only have a few hours left to make sure your preparations are in order, so now is the time to make sure you have everything. If there's something missing, guess what? The Baltimore County Public Library can help you in a pinch today. Emily Williamson is with the library. She's here sharing it. Yes. Emily, I have to say, when I'm thinking Thanksgiving, I'm like, okay, who do we call? The library was not the first on my list, but why is it that the library has some issues, or I guess some answers for us?
Yes, so we have so many different options. I have been there cooking not for Thanksgiving, but I've been like, oh, I thought I remembered this recipe, but I don't, or maybe you know the recipe, but not the serving. So we have a ton of online services through our digital library. First is Overdrive. They have a ton of different magazines and cookbooks that you can just instantly download, and it has everything. I mean, side dishes, main dishes. You don't remember how to cook the turkey, even to cocktails. So it's a really cool place to go, and there are dozens.
Recipe book. You can go and find it right there. You're like, where did I put that recipe book? I don't know it. My grandmother used to make this. You can go and find out.
Yes, and I skimmed through a couple, and there's everything from like novice to you're going to make something really fancy.
Oh, okay, good. So you can so you can look at certain recipes there, but then you can also find some professional chefs that the library has access to and start looking at their recipes.
Yes. So there are a ton. There are books, there are magazines. Actually, one thing that I think a lot of people don't know about is we have this resource called Press Reader that is actually newspapers from like the New York Times that, like famous chefs put their recipes in. And then there's something kind of cool. I saw one article that said like, first time hosting Thanksgiving, here are 5 tips. It's my first time hosting Thanksgiving, so I read it.
Yes.
So lots of resources.
You learned something about it too? All right, that's good.
It was about the turkey. I'm a little nervous about the turkey.
First time making the turkey too?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that is nerve-wracking. It's a big expense. It takes like sometimes 4 to 5 hours. And if you mess it up, that's a lot of wasted time and money.
Exactly.
So the library is the way to go. Any issues that you have, or how long do you need to prep this turkey? How long should you be thawing it out? You should have thawed it out a couple days ago. If you bought a frozen turkey, you're maybe a little late. But there are some ways that you can speed thaw.
Yes, the water, and I think I saw something worst case scenario, you can put it in the microwave. I don't know how I feel about that. I took it out.
All right, so is there anything in there today for the kids? How maybe they can help out?
Yes. So there's a ton of different things for the kids if you want to help them with recipes, but maybe you're like, maybe just get out of the kitchen and sit down. So we have a ton of different things also on our digital library. 2 things, Hoopla and Canopy are streaming services. So we have movies, we have TV shows. Canopy actually has something called Canopy Kids. So everything that's going to be on there is going to be safe for little eyes. Or maybe end of the day, you just want to watch a movie. You're not into football. Go there, find a movie or a show.
All right, costs?
Free. 100% free. Everything in the library is free.
And public library is free right there. But I always like to point that out because a lot of people forget that, and then they go somewhere, go to another site or something like that, not sure. Safe at the Baltimore County Public Library.
Yep. So if you need the digital card, you can get it on today. You can get it today. Digitally sign up.
All right. You got to get home and get that turkey done. So good luck.
Thank you,
Emily.
Yeah, sure thing.
All right, now to your consumer news. The Food and Drug Administration is reporting more cases of children getting sick from tainted pouches of cinnamon applesauce. Now, the FDA says it received 52 reports of elevated lead levels among children who ate the apple puree. That's up from 34 cases reported just last week. Now, this outbreak is tied to pouches of fruit puree from the brands Wanana Banana, Schnucks, and Weiss. They were recalled late last month due to dangerous lead contamination, and the report spans 22 states, impacting children between the ages of 1 and 4.
If you're making turkey at home for your Thanksgiving meal, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has some tips on how you can cook the bird properly. First, avoid rinsing or washing a turkey before cooking it. The CDC says washing raw turkey can spread germs to other food. If you're thinking about leaving the turkey out to thaw on the kitchen counter, think again. You may want to just throw it in the fridge in a container instead, because at certain temperatures, bacteria can grow, making it unsafe to eat. When cooking your turkey, make sure the stuffing center reaches 165 degrees Fahrenheit before you dig in.
And as you prepare for your Thanksgiving meal, we've got multiple recalls that you need to be aware of here.
First, a ground beef recall across 8 states over concerns the meat could be contaminated with a foreign object. The 20-pound carton of ground beef by the company Skyline Provisions was produced and packaged on August 19th.
Next, glass jars of Hy-Vee turkey gravy are being recalled because they may actually contain beef gravy or a soy allergen that is not declared on the label. For both of these items, you can either return them to the store you bought them from for a full refund or throw them out entirely.
Coming up, an update on hostage recovery efforts in Israel, the upcoming ceasefire deal, and when hostages are expected to be released.
And now to another live look of the annual Thanksgiving Day Parade. After the break, the precautions organizers used to make this parade safer this year. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Happy Thanksgiving. You're getting in the spirit. It is Thursday, November 23rd. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Taylor Stewart. We're clearly a little goofy here on this Thanksgiving. Let's get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart, which is no laughing matter how great the weather is going to be today.
It must be the food, right? We did have some food.
Yes, I think that's it.
I hope you guys get some food for Thanksgiving. We already had an early start on that. I think that helped. And we've got the beautiful sunshine out there. That helps everyone, right? Wherever your travels take you, by road or by plane early today, you've got crystal clear conditions around Baltimore, that's for sure. And that really extends all the way up and down the East Coast right now. Upper 40s, but don't despair if you like the milder stuff on Thanksgiving Day. We're into the 50s later on this afternoon. Just a little bit of a brisk northwest breeze holding us back at the moment, but those upper 40s give way to 50s over the next couple of hours. Widespread sunshine. The story, the closest active weather like way up in Nova Scotia, Canada. So we're looking good. Great day of weather. We'll talk about changes ahead for Saturday as well as travel Sunday. They're up in just a couple more minutes.
Well, Wyatt, you know what else looks great? Our Len Stoller Traffic Network. We're taking a live look at some of your Baltimore regional cameras. And as you can see, not a lot of cars on the road. Everything looking smooth. No incidents to report.
Well, we are just about 7 weeks out from next year's legislative session.
Right now, lawmakers are pretty split on how to address juvenile violence in the state.
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the kind of the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted.
Now, this divide is coming as Fox 45 News continues to hear from parents, police, and prosecutors, all frustrated with a lack of accountability for young people.
The Montgomery County lawmakers calling for patience as others say the state cannot wait. Senator Will Smith, chair of the powerful Senate Judiciary Proceedings Committee, says change takes time.
My real concern is that there continues to be, at least to a small degree, some downplaying of the nature of the problem.
Statements of the secretary about the falling numbers in terms of juvenile crime that's not what we've seen here in Montgomery County.
In response to Senator Smith's latest comments, Rich Gibson, state's attorney in Howard County and president of the Maryland State's Attorney Association, says Senator Smith has, quote, indicated he is willing to work with the prosecutors to draft tweaks to the existing law. For some leaders, comments from the leader of the Department of Juvenile Services claiming juvenile crime and incarceration is down is creating more frustration than solutions.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the kind of the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted. I, for one, am not interested in rolling back the reforms that we put in place last year.
Now, with conversations continuing on how to tackle the juvenile crime crisis in Maryland, Democratic leadership claim major changes to the current laws are just not likely. Governor Wes Moore says he's going to roll out his own juvenile crime plan, but so far, the public has not seen it. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott has been a vocal critic of the Department of Juvenile Services for months now, saying it is a broken system that needs to be rebuilt.
We have to build a juvenile justice system that works from the ground up. Every single portion of it has to be looked at. I've been talking about that for years now, as you know.
Well, the mayor's comments come as DJS faces questions surrounding multiple violent incidents in Baltimore. Two of the suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting were wearing ankle monitors and under DJS supervision at the time of the shooting. Now, DJS says they have 14 staff members monitoring more than 100 young people on ankle monitors. And earlier this month in Butchers Hill, a 12 and 14-year-old were caught on camera here, allegedly beating a woman and trying to steal her car. They were released after only 2 hours, prompting a letter from Councilman Zeke Cohen and other lawmakers to both Baltimore Police and DJS.
It is not acceptable for the victim. It is not acceptable for the general public. And it's also not acceptable for those young people. They need to be held accountable. Our ask for Secretary Schiraldi and Commissioner Worley is work together in collaboration, no finger pointing. The police department, the Department of Juvenile Services need to be on the same page.
That brings us to our question of the day. If lawmakers don't address juvenile crime, will you support them next November? So far, 98% of people who have voted say no. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
State Republicans pushed to change 2 juvenile crime laws last session, but they were not successful.
Lawmakers did not pass the Violent Firearms Offender Act, which Republicans plan to reintroduce next session. The state legislature did pass Senate Bill 1, though, that limits where legal gun owners can bring their firearms.
Critics argued the state was regulating legal gun owners instead of people illegally possessing guns. Now, some state lawmakers are commending a ruling from the Maryland Court of Appeals calling the state's handgun license law unconstitutional.
It was ridiculous when they passed it. It did absolutely nothing to deal with crime in our state. And the only thing it accomplished was it created this massive hurdle for otherwise law-abiding citizens to own a firearm.
Now, Senate President Bill Ferguson, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott, and other Democrats say they are opposed to this decision. They argue it will lead to more gun violence and firearm-related deaths.
From the Live Center this morning and taking you live to Gaza, dozens of hostages being held captive by Hamas may have to wait a little longer to go home. Israeli officials say that hostage deal has been delayed due to some logistical issues. Now, the deal is giving a glimmer of hope to families of those hostages captured by Hamas. But now that deal has been postponed until tomorrow after initial reports that it would begin in early hours of this morning. So what does the deal actually look like? Well, both parties agreed to a 4-day ceasefire beginning tomorrow, during which 50 Hamas-held hostages will be exchanged for 150 Palestinian hostages. Israel says the truce may be extended by 1 day for every 10 additional hostages released by Hamas. Hundreds of trucks of humanitarian aid will also be allowed into Gaza as part of this deal. And brand new Israeli military video we want to show you. It shows Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital from above. This drone footage reveals what IDF claims is a Hamas terror tunnel below the hospital. Now, this is an example of Hamas using civilians as human shields, which constitutes a war crime. And now to a live look here over Capitol Hill. Washington officials say the exact details of that hostage release, they're all still being worked out. Well, the exact time it'll take place, that's also still unknown, but we'll keep you posted. That's the latest from the Live Center.
Now, with tensions rising in the Middle East, New York City is adding additional security measures at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Thousands of families have already traveled to New York for the 97th annual event, featuring giant balloons, floats, and all-star performances. Mayor Eric Adams says the NYPD is closely monitoring safety in the city.
We've already had enhanced security because of the holiday, and we don't see any nexus between the incident there and here in New York City.
City and state law enforcement officials stress that in recent days there have been no credible threats to the parade or holiday travel.
Since it's Thanksgiving, that means it's time for the 42nd annual Be Gaddy Thanksgiving dinner. Tables are already set up. Now, coming up, I'll take you live here to Cherry Hill, where we will speak with a volunteer as preparations, you can see, are already well underway. You're watching.
The sunny and clear skies on this Turkey Day, but we've got a cooler weekend ahead. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is looking at your forecast and timing it all out for us. Stick with us here at Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, today, Be Gaddy is hosting its 42nd annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Now, for years, it's been held at the Patterson Park Recreation Center, but this year's event is going to be at a new location.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with more, as that preparation has been well underway, and they're going to be eating soon, Olivia, right?
Yeah, Shannon, they are. The meals are gonna be starting at 11. So coming up quick, preparations are well underway. And you mentioned the location change. It's actually gonna be here. We're just outside the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center, which is actually in Cherry Hill. But I want to go ahead and bring in Phil Goodwin. He's a staff member at Be Gaddy, volunteers year round with Be Gaddy. So thank you so much for joining us.
And thank you for having us. Thank you for being here and spreading the good word that the organization does.
Of course, and happy Thanksgiving. So I know that soon people will start lining up. Obviously, with the location change, a lot of people are taking buses in. So people aren't behind us yet, but soon they'll be lining up, and then they're going to get food. And then you guys offer more than just meals. Tell us about what's happening here with all these
right now, we're taking donations that were given directly to us, and we're sorting them so that we can give them out to those people that choose to want some when they show up here for their meal.
Absolutely, and I know going back to the food, because that's really the big part of this. You guys didn't get all the donations you needed, but people can already help out for next year, right?
Yes, we are accepting donations for next year so that we can make sure that we reach our goal of 40 to 50,000 meals that we would like to make sure that we achieve.
Absolutely, and again, the meal starts at 11, right?
Meal starts at 11. Everyone watching the news today, watching now, can come by and have a hot meal. Hey, there's no need to do a meal by yourself. Come out to here and have a meal together with somebody. Let's show some love together.
It sounds amazing. A great cause. Good to get together with the community. All these volunteers too being here bright and early. It's beautiful.
All these people doing things that it's not for themselves, right?
Yeah.
They're doing something. No one here gains anything, but together when they do good things, that is contagious. You know, can we imagine when we all do good things? What happens? It lifts everybody up. It really does. And that's how we make Baltimore a better community. When we do good things, not for ourselves, but for others, we can lift our city so that it is the city that we want it to be.
Yeah.
We love our city. I love my city. I want my city to be represented good in the news, not negatively. And this is my attempt to do that.
Well, you do a great job. So well said. Thank you so much, and happy Thanksgiving, everyone. We'll send it back to you.
Oh, thanks, Olivia. Well, coming up, we're taking a look at your Thanksgiving Day matchup. Stick around for all the games and kickoff times right here on Fox 45.
Now, some changes to your traditionally homemade Thanksgiving, why some people are eating out this year. It's 9:43. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, you are in the right spot because this week we have a whole lot of sports programming for you happening right here on Fox 45.
And it all starts with the games you can catch right here this Thanksgiving. NFL Sunday will start at 10:30 this morning. Then at 12:30, watch the Green Bay Packers head to Detroit to take on the Lions.
Basketball starting at 4 p.m. That's when Arizona and Michigan State face off in California. Then at 6 p.m., you can watch women's college basketball. Tennessee, Indiana, they go head-to-head in Florida.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, here's a look at the games you can catch right here on Fox 45. First, TCU heads to Oklahoma to take on the Sooners. Kickoff is at noon. College basketball follows. Matchups are not set yet, but it goes until 8:30 p.m. when college football is back. That's when Oregon State and Oregon go head-to-head.
And turning now to Saturday, starting at 9 a.m., the big noon kickoff travels to Michigan as number 3 Wolverines face off against number 2 Buckeyes.
Now, this is the second season in a row that the two teams are heading into their regular season matchup as undefeated. BetMGM is saying that the Wolverines are favored to win over the Buckeyes.
Well, you can watch Michigan and Ohio State face off right here on Fox 45 Saturday. Kickoff is at noon after our morning newscast. And following that game, stick around to watch a Washington showdown at 4 p.m. The Washington State Cougars head to Husky Stadium to take on the undefeated Washington Huskies for the Apple Cup. Then to round out your college football on 45, Iowa State and Kansas State kick off at 8 p.m. in Kansas.
All right, it is 9:48 now, and we need to get a check on your holiday forecast, the weekend after, and then traveling back.
Absolutely. And I wouldn't mind it to be a little colder and rainier while I'm sitting around watching those games this weekend. So
yeah.
But the travel home,
you're right.
That's where it matters.
You're right.
Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is here to share with us what it's going to look like.
Shannon Taylor, food and football all weekend long. That's what we know. Today, some pretty nice weather. Of course, we're still going to be watching the game, but as we go from today into the weekend, it does get colder on Saturday. Michigan-Ohio State game is going to be real cold, but you'll be watching it inside, hopefully, here on Fox in a nice warm house. Mid to upper 40s now, into the 50s this afternoon we'll go. There's going to be a bit of a chilly northwest breeze through the day, but still, nice day to get outside, throw the pigskin around, maybe a little backyard football before the big feast this afternoon, right? And a lot of folks playing those games today. You got great weather for it. As we go into the afternoon, maybe just a few high, thin clouds. Satellite scanning clear right now. Future scan doesn't show much. Very limited cloud cover until, I think, Friday. Friday we see partly cloudy skies in the mix, but overall, again, not a bad scenario. Cool air locked in for today and Black Friday. Colder air on the march. That arrives Saturday in earnest, really holding our temperatures down. And you see the impacts it's having out like Mountain Northwest, getting some significant snow out here toward Wyoming. In the meantime, back here from the 50s into the 40s as that colder air arrives for game day Saturday. Bouncing back a little bit on Sunday. By the way, Sunday, biggest travel day of the year, right? It looks like Sunday evening there could be some rain around, so we'll have to watch that carefully. Any weather could have an impact late day Sunday. Otherwise, dry into early next week.
Well, happening today, we have the Y Turkey Trot Charity 5K. Now, the races began at 8:30 this morning at various locations in Central Maryland. So this is well underway now as it's now 9:50. So people attending, they can plan to dress up for the event. And I'm sure that if they were going to dress up, they probably already are. Can't wait to see all those costumes.
And you can share them with us. We want to see how you're celebrating today. Send us your favorite Turkey Day photos and videos through Chime In at foxbaltimore.com or on the WBFF app. Okay. Trending now, some people are avoiding the Turkey Day cooking, stressed by just dining out. A survey from Pop Menu says 1/3 of consumers plan to order takeout or delivery for Thanksgiving dinner. Another 17% say they're heading to a restaurant. As to why, 64% say it's just easier, while 24% say it's cheaper than buying all of those ingredients.
Okay. Well, have you heard of Thanksgiving pizza?
I have not, Shannon.
I haven't either until now. But one business in Rhode Island has a special pie with all of the holiday fixings.
And you get this, it's only available the day before Thanksgiving.
So we already missed it.
We already missed it, though.
Darn
but
it.
Nick DeVito with our affiliate in Rhode Island caught up with customers who say it's well worth the hype.
We've been started about 16 years. Started off as kind of like something fun to do with just small, and then it just kept snowballing into this.
You have a happy Thanksgiving.
It's definitely worth it, being out here, the cold, the rain, after being up all night working. Believe me, it's worth it.
It's not too bad. It's moving pretty quick, though.
I've been doing this about 10 years now.
We've been doing this for a decade.
For the Thanksgiving pizza every year.
It's turkey, mashed potatoes, stuffing, gravy, and it comes with sides of cranberry.
62. That's your cranberry.
We were trying to go online and order some. It was too late already.
But they weren't any left by like 12.
August.
By like in like September.
And we always start pre-ordering the first day of fall. Usually it's September 22nd or so. We actually had one lady cry because we had already sold out.
That's why it was really important to be #1.
If you haven't had it, I would come down, try it. Tastes great.
This is the best pie you're gonna get in Providence.
Anybody that has the Thanksgiving pizza, take their word for it.
You will not regret it. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone!
Well, what do you think is the best part of Thanksgiving dinner? Probably not the pizza, but depends on who you ask, I guess.
The stuffing for me.
Stuffing? Okay.
Well, 32% of U.S. adults say it's the turkey, according to a new Associated Press poll. Stuffing or dressing finished second at 19%, and mashed potatoes at 6% finished third.
As for the least favorite dish, though, cranberries and cranberry sauce received the most disrespect.
Oh.
18%. You could probably ditch those if you haven't started it.
I don't really blame them. I'm not surprised by that.
Ironically, the two favorite dishes were also the second and third most disliked dishes.
That's interesting.
I guess.
And dressing or stuffing?
Well, after the break, we got your look at your extended forecast with meteorologist White Everhart. He'll tell us what his favorite is as well. Stick with us here at Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Oh, look at the Macy's Day Parade.
I love this every year.
Me too.
One of my favorite traditions.
What an event.